I can't tell if the game capture moved over again or not, but it's probably just my imagination. Because why would it move itself over by like 1 pixel? For no reason. When I have it locked and it should not be changing statuses at all. Status is probably the wrong word, but you know what I mean. It shouldn't be modified, and I cannot get the volume balance of my headphones right. You know what? That's fine. They're at an acceptable level. I did indeed look up how to get to the cave. It's right next to the other cave entrance. So let's go straight for our final team member. Also, just wanted to remember. Oh, 37. Okay, that's not too far behind. It's not as close to 50 as DDD, but it's better than I was remembering. I thought Queen Nai was at level 20. Unfortunately, our next team member will be about level 20. So they are definitely getting the experience share once I, Is this the right way? Get on the... Oh, it's not select. Wait, over here. I can't tell if my headphones are too loud now. It feels like they are, but then if I turn them down, then it feels too quiet. Another reason why it would just be amazing if my headphones would stop adjusting the volume level automatically. Or should I say stop resetting it. Got my mic racked down. I don't care if he was just dark or not. Excuse me. Okay, no, it does not go both ways. That's like the tricky part. For me, the trickiest part about type advantages is like, yeah, sure, I can remember what is weak to what, but then I also got to remember what resists what. It's like, well, just because it's super effective doesn't mean it's resistant. You know, honestly, I don't really like Sneasel's design. I don't like what those red bits coming off of it. Like, what are those? Are they the feathers? Why? Why does it look like that? Get out of my way. I already got one of you. Go away. Hello, dear Soundfire. How are you tonight? Going straight to... Oh, right, you're part dark. Well, it doesn't matter, because you're half my level. Oh, you got Aftermath. Well, ain't that something. Yeah, I'm going straight to the cave I need to go to. Which is like... Here? No, here? No, here? Found it! Why is that so hidden? Boop. And stairs. Woohoo! I'm gonna just run around down here until I find what I'm looking for. You're good, that's good. Not you! I'm not looking for you, Geodude! And come all this way just for a generic cave Pokemon. Oh, critical hit. Well, that was superfluous. Oh, look, ramps. Aha! Finally! Gibble. I'm gonna fight fire with fire when it comes to Cynthia. Well, that's only if Queen Nai faints. But I want a Garchomp. I actually don't care that Cynthia has one. I like a Garchomp. I want Garchomp. I think Garchomp was the Pokemon I was going with when replaying Pokken Tournament on the Switch. I was playing the Switch version. I have not finished the Switch version yet, so I don't really remember. I wasn't thinking. Forgot I was trying to catch it, not kill it. It's alright, I'll just, take these ramps. Not you! You better not hit me with Supersonic. Not drag this out. Do you mind? I'm trying to ramp. I already have one of you. Go away. Now I have to go back, get the wind up, and go. Thank you. Max Ether. That could come in handy. Oh, wait, I don't know if I need to reset there. Begibble. Yes. Do I have anything that can make you... I guess Slash is also gonna knock it out. Yeah, ground doesn't resist normal. Dang. Right, I should remember that, because I fought a Sand Slash with a Sand Slash before, and used Slash with the Sand Slash to slash the Sand Slash. And it worked. Great. Dude. That's a lot of damage. That's very little damage. Are you kidding me? No, you know, I don't need Super Potion. Or Hyper Potion. Do Super Potion. Already confused, you idiot. Not anymore. Just kidding. This biking inside of a cave thing would be a lot more fun if the encounter rate didn't go up when I was riding my bike. You know, if the wild Pokemon would just leave me alone so I can bike on this course, that would be fun. Also, isn't it funny how the like the rest of the cave requires Flash, but this one specific part doesn't? Ugh, come on. Zubat, no! I want Gibble! I also gotta appreciate the name scheme for Garchomp's line. Gibble, Gabite, Garchomp. Ah. They just killed my momentum, didn't they? I can't continue, can I? I can't keep ramping. Okay, I'm gonna try something. Zubat really wants to play. Well, too bad. Wait. I was gonna try DDD, using water with DDD. Inade's special attack is not very good. It's not its better stat. Oh, don't do that. Dragon resists fire. Let's see how resist it can. Ah. Inade gained 38 experience. Oh, this is lame. If you get a wild encounter trying to do this ramp section, you have to start over. That's stupid. I mean, it's not the dumbest thing because you could just use a repel. But man, what were they thinking? They were thinking you'd use a repel is probably what they were thinking. So little experience, her experience bar didn't even move. You know, this last run, I should just be able to go up that. I guess that's as far as that part of the back ramp goes. Unless it goes even further past the item I got, but doesn't look like it. No, I don't think there were additional ramps. Get out of here, Bronzor. I did pay attention to Gibble's encounter rate. It is like 15%. It's not the worst. I wouldn't exactly call it a rare encounter. How do you get to the rest of this cave, though? Gibble? I've got one more idea. Pick on someone your own size! Okay, don't recoil yourself. What is the weakest move? Is it cut? I don't want to knock it out, though. Ooh, okay. That's fine. Don't care. I'm not going to hit you again as long as I'm paying attention to what buttons I'm hitting this time. Ultra Ball. Yes. Just really making sure I don't accidentally use the Master Ball. I could do it, but I'm not that kind of. I may do a little trolling. I will not do that much trolling. Wait, you just started a sandstorm? I guess that makes sense. Your ability is like Sand Veil or whatever. I don't know if I'm going to be sticking with that, because I'll probably just go offensive. Yes! There we go. Okay. Now I will double check the name spelling. Oh, I didn't get to... Oh. I wanted to read the Pokédex entry. No. Let me double check. Oh, I closed the file. Hang on. Yes. Poppet. She will be Poppet. And I will be out of here. I'm surprised the game isn't like, you can't use that on a bike. And now to use the equivalent of an escape rope out in the middle of nowhere. Let's go back to Veilstone. I want to see if I can get to that gym. If not, that's fine, because I'll at least have the town. And then I can just fly back after we deal with... what's-his-face? It's the wrong pouch. In fact, I don't need a pouch at all. I need a Pokemon Center. It would be cool if we could go a little bit on Victory Road as well, but... You know, considering the whole point of Victory Road is you can't go there until you have all 8 badges, probably not happening. But if I could go enough down Victory Road right now that I could get the item I need for Queen Nai to evolve, that'd be great. I'm going to put away Dead Ringer for now. Because I'm sure I'm gonna need to surf, so I need DDD. Even though they're my highest level. Like, you know, Dead Ringer. Dead Ringer will be fine. And then I will take experience share. There you are. Item. Give experience share. I gotta find it. Exp share. There you go, pop it. Oh yeah, let's look at her nature and stuff. Yeah, so ability is Sandvale. Boost evasion in Sandstorm. Probably not doing much with that. And where's it say her nature? It's back here. Brave. Oh. Up attack, down speed. That's not great if I want to go Garchomp to Garchomp. Surely Cynthia, if I go Garchomp to Garchomp against Cynthia, she's gonna hit me with a dragon move. Or ice if she has it. But I think those are... I want to say it's only weaknesses, but I'm just gonna double check real quick. It's not even relevant at this moment, but just for my own sake, just for my own curiosity, I'm like, what does it? What does it weak to? Yeah. It's definitely an interesting type combination, because Dragon is already resistant to 4 types. And at this point in the series, only weak to 2 things. Adding Ground doubles its ice weakness. And doesn't really give it more immunities. It actually takes Water and Grass from being resisted to being neutral. But it also becomes resistant to Poison and Rock instead. And completely immune to Electric. So Shrug. It's not an interesting type combination, but it's a combination. I don't know why I'm looking at her stats. She's level 15, and I already know what her nature does, so... But I guess looking at her attack compared to special attack, at least the nature is not like, I'm gonna boost your worst stat. Like she is a physical attacker, so yeah, this is not bad. Not as good as Queen Nai, because, you know, having attack up and sacrificing defense, like, that's acceptable. It's not optimal, but it's acceptable. Optimal would have been up attack or speed and down special attack. I don't know if I said that last time, but... Actually, I'm curious enough that I'm going to Google this right now. Another thing that I'm not stalling, I swear. I'm just curious. What is the recommended nature for Garchomp? Of course. Up attack, down special attack. Makes sense. But you know what? I'm okay with this. I'm like Queen Nai's specialty in terms of neutral stats is speed. So I don't really need Poppet to be a speedy sweeper, because that's Weavile's thing. So having a second one, I don't care what the meta says. The other thing is that, like, I can still kind of teach her special moves. Depending on if I even have TMs she can learn. I would like to see. I at least want to see if she can learn Shockwave. Probably not, but it would be cool. No. Would have been cool. Also, I like her nature is brave. Like, that's the name of it. I'm gonna save just to make sure. Just make sure I keep her. Any minute now. Game, you okay? Okay. It's only been 20 minutes of play. There's not much for you to be saving. There. Okay. She's stuck with us now. There's no escaping. It's also 8 p.m. now. Wow. I love how instantaneous that is. What are the levels of the wild Pokemon around here? Maybe I could have Poppet in the front. Yeah, I like that her nature is brave because I named her after an Aegis character whose ability is Lone Crusade, where she takes reduced damage if she's not within a certain amount of spaces of allies. Feels fitting. I was originally gonna call her... Actually, what was I gonna call her? Terrafin. So if she was male, I would have called her Terrafin after a Skylanders character. Okay, Dragon Range it is. Self-destruct! No! Because I was just thinking, like, okay, what's a land shark I know? And actually, before that, I would have called her Georg, after the enemy in Zelda games. There is at least, I was gonna say Skyward Sword. No, Spirit Tracks. There were Georgs that are Sand Georgs. I didn't really like that, though. I don't know, it didn't feel satisfying. So I was thinking, like, okay, what are some sand sharks I can name her after? Because that's kind of Garchomp's thing. It's like a shark, but it swims through land. I did not want to go into this house. Or whatever building that is. I want it to turn, but also... Yeah, it's not the Pokemon Center. So I was thinking, and then I remembered, like, oh yeah, there's like, I think his name is Terrafin. I was originally thinking Terrafin was a non-playable character in Skylanders, but I think Terrafin is the Skylander, who is Earth Element, and a shark. It's pretty much Garchomp, but a Skylander. And I was also thinking of... I'm gonna say Sharpfin is the NPC, who is the same race as Terrafin. He's just not a Skylander. He's a captain of one of the sky ships, you know, that they use to fly between the Skylands. I forgot you're in this game. Hello, Draverig. Please don't self-destruct. Ow! You asked for it. But I was also thinking about how Garchomp kind of looks like a bomber plane, or at least in my mind, it invokes the feeling of a bomber plane. I don't know if that's in its trivia, but you know, it's got those things on the side of its head that's like, yeah, that makes me think of like the bombs on a bomber plane. Or actually, I don't know if they're the bombs. They're like the thing that's attached to the side of the wing that I don't think is where the propellers are. Also, apparently the Pokemon here are too high level for Poppet, so I'm just gonna have Edade take care of everything. I am indeed running back to the Pokemon Center again. It's like it's not that far away. I can afford to backtrack again. Oops. Pokemon Center's over there. And yeah, the bomber plane motif just made me think of Aegis. And the E-class robots in that, which some of them are pretty plane-like. And especially the ones Poppet uses. That's kind of her whole thing, is bomber planes. I could have called her L, because that is... I think that's the name of the... That's the model type that Poppet's signature robot is. I was like, no, I kind of like Poppet. And then the name Poppet grew on me. So then it's like, okay, I actually do kind of just want to catch a female. I want to say it's L2000 that is more person-shaped and is an upgraded version of L. I could have called her that. But again, like, Papa grew on me. I felt like Papa's a really great name for a Garchomp. I do kind of like the juxtaposition between a kind of cutesy name like Poppet and naming it after a cutesy character and then having it be a big old scary dragon. Stop, yes, you! So there's a major blackout. Oh, great. I guess we're going up Mount Coronet then. You win, game. Where would be the closer place to start? I'm gonna go Orberg. And if you're counting, yes, now half of my team is named after things from Aegis. Because now we have Inade, Ender, and Poppet. And the funny thing is, if I had caught that other Pokemon I wanted instead of Sneasel, they would have been named after an Aegis character too. So it's like it's like me talking about FNAF all the time while playing this. It's like I didn't mean for this to be the Aegis playthrough. It's just where my head's been and where my mind keeps going for nicknames. And I couldn't think of anything better for any of these Pokemon. So I'm like, you know what? Fine. Aegis names. Yeah, that's cool by me. Obviously, because I'm the one typing the names in and hitting enter. Where was the way out? How do I go east? Because this... Oh, wait. It's like this is the way north. Yes, but it also goes this way. I did not want to stop and read the sign. Oh yeah, I remember. This is where you find Cyrus the first time. I also think I remember seeing a screenshot of Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl of what that scene looks like in this game, or in what that scene looks like in that game. It's an example people like to use and be like, look, the graphics didn't go, they didn't change enough. They tried to be cinematic, but it's also chibi and it looks weird. I don't know if cinematic is the right word. But, you know, people are like, oh, look at the graphics. And I think that scene was, like, slightly altered, where they, you know, they do zoom in to make it a little bit more cinematic. But cinematic is definitely not the right word. But, you know, they tried to make it a little more interesting. And that was all they did. And the rest of the game is still pretty one-to-one, as far as I know. Ah. You're not a water Pokemon! Get out of the water! I could care less about graphics, good gameplay is where it's at. Yeah. I agree. So I'm definitely not going into Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl and being like, man, this game is gonna suck. Because, like, it's this game. I like this game. I'm sure I'll like Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl as well. It kind of goes back to what I was saying last time about, like, well, I don't know if I was necessarily talking about expectations. But it's definitely a problem of expectations. Those remakes were really hyped. People were really excited for them to finally get around to updating, you know, to doing remakes of this generation, and then we finally get them, and they barely do anything, and don't even include the improvements from Platinum. So I can see where people are upset about them. But yeah, they're definitely not terrible. Just underwhelming. And I think it definitely is a good example of when remakes are not for the people who played the original. Because they weren't trying to be... They weren't trying to replace the original. And in being in so one-to-one, yeah, sure, you would not get anything out of it if you played the originals. But they're not for people who played the originals. They're for people whose first video game console is a Switch. I think the same thing could be said about, like, Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 on Switch. It's like, yeah, sure, they could have done way better with those. But they're not for people who played the original. They're for people who never played the original. Or originals, I should say. It should be plural. Dude. And I think the thing people really put, like, the screenshot I'm thinking back to for the remakes. It's really, I think the point the person was trying to make was how it doesn't, like, trying to do a cinematic camera thing, but then using the chibi graphics, like, didn't feel right. I guess I can see how you would come to that conclusion, but... like, I don't know. I haven't played it, I can't say anything about it. I'm just assuming that it's not as bad as people make it out to be, because people tend to exaggerate on the internet. Which I was definitely rambling about last time. Whole tangent about how, man, I don't like when people exaggerate. Like while I was rewatching Chugga Conroy's Kingdom Hearts Let's Play, he made a joke about a t-shirt that says, I survived sticker star. It's like, okay, whatever, buddy. Chugga, I love you, but please stop talking about Sticker Star. Please. I don't know if that's just because I actually like Sticker Star, or if anyone who also hates Sticker Star doesn't like those jokes too. I don't know. I mean, it could go either way, really. People are people. Some people will like them, some people won't. Oh yeah, I can hit you with Flamethrower. I keep thinking, like, hit him with Dark. It's not weak to Dark anymore because of being part Steel, but it... okay, well, it wasn't as weak to that as... You know what? That's a great sign for Dead Ringer. How well Bronzong took... this Wild Bronzong took Flamethrower. That's a good sign for the future. I was thinking earlier how, like, well, supposedly the Elite Four of this game is the toughest Elite Four ever because they're, like, a competitively balanced team with, like, good natures and held items and stuff. And I was thinking about how, like, wait, when you make a competitive, when you train a Pokemon for competitive scenes, that just means boosting one stat. Like, that, it's not like... The only example I could think of off the top of my head is, like, Aegis. The bosses in that game are like, oh, they got buffs and they can instantly destroy your robots, and, you know, then you play as them yourself, and it's like, oh, there's no ability here that instantly destroys robots. There's no super mega splash damage, space lasers. They just exaggerate those features of that character to make the boss fight challenging. The Elite Four in this game is not going to be like that. They're not going to have super mega splash damage space lasers. I need to heal it, don't I? Like, they will have one stat that they're really good at, maybe two, and that's about it. Because Pokemon doesn't work like that. Although it doesn't work differently than that. You can't just make all your stats extremely good. You can by getting over-leveled, but they're, like, if I'm level 50 and they're level 50, their stats aren't going to be insanely different. So I am a little bit less scared of them, having realized that. Like, sure, they could still kick my butt, but would they be any worse than the typical Elite Four kicking my butt because I'm slightly under-leveled? Probably not. Like Cynthia's Garchomp, for example. Yeah, it would be scary if it had really good attack and really good speed. But that's all it's gonna have. So if I hit it with Ice, it's probably still gonna take a buttload of damage. Because Cynthia's focusing on Garchomp's good stats, the stats it needs to be a good Garchomp, which is probably not going to be its defensive stats. So, hypothetically, going in with Queen Nai, equal level to her Garchomp, I don't know if I can say I will outspeed it. And I don't know if I can say I will one-shot it. but it should take the amount of damage you would expect a Garchomp to take from ice. Wow. Okay. Yeah, sure, raise your physical defense. I don't care. I'm hitting you with special fire. Okay, I did just remember, I think Cynthia's Garchomp has Flamethrower on it, so... I think I need Queen Nai to outspeed it. Even if they are on equal levels, I don't think Queen Nai is gonna take fire very kindly. Then again, if Cynthia's Garchomp is... Do you mind? I'm trying to go through the doorway! Assuming Cynthia's Garchomp is optimized for probably both like attack power and speed. Again, assuming worst case scenario of like perfect IVs. Like as far as I know with IVs, you can kind of go max into 2 stats. But, you know, assuming that worst case scenario, she doesn't have, like Garchomp doesn't have, well, I guess I can't say because I don't know it right now. Garchomp is a physical attacker, so having Flamethrower isn't going to be the worst thing ever. It's still not going to be great for Queen Nai, but her better defense stat is special defense, so there's a chance. Oh no, he's melting! That's the only possible way to interpret metal being on fire. He's melting! Okay, that's fine. I got you in the next turn. Or at the end of this turn, I should say. Ooh, cloaked in a mystical veil. And dead. Finally, level 17. Yeah, she's not gonna be a Garchomp until, like, level 49. So, we are absolutely grinding until we get there. I'll take a second to save. And then I also gotta heal Inane. Super Potion should be fine. Yeah, close enough. At the very least, Queen Nai and Poppet I will grind until they're level 50. We grunts have been assigned 2 noble jobs. 1, ensure the success of our operation at the summit. 2, utterly destroy anyone who dares interfere. Oh, Beautifly, oh no. It actually is a little concerning that it's a level 40 Beautifly. We met the gruntiest of the grunts back at HQ. These are the least grunty of grunts. Ugh. So close to a one-shot. Oh no, not Silver Wind. What? Yeah, that's how I feel about that too. Hit him with the quick attack. Oh, bam. I was thinking Silver Wind was the move that makes them, like, have priority or something. I wasn't expecting it to one-shot Inade. I don't accept this. I will not accept this. Join Team Galactic and then abide by our rules. That would solve all our problems. Yeah, if only it was as simple as everyone being on the same side and following the same rules. But that's just not how life works. It would be kind of boring if that's how it works, because that would mean you wouldn't have a choice. And having a choice is actually kind of nice. Dude! One step. Clefairy. I get that this mountain has something to do with space or whatever. But go away. I wonder just how far into this cave we have to go until we see Cyrus again. We fought one grunt, so I'm sure there's plenty more. I guess while we work our way through this, I can talk about Splatoon Raiders, because I beat it last night, or no, this morning? I beat it recently. And I was, yeah, there's a quick time there. Dude, do you mind? I was gonna switch Pokemon. And, yeah, while finishing the game, I was thinking about how, like, you know, it is pretty nice how we have this Splatoon game that, like, yeah, sure, you could very easily summarize it as it's Salmon Run, but the whole game. But that's not fully accurate. And the difference is, I think, what makes the game better than that idea. Because in Salmon Run, it's a timed experience. You don't get to pick your weapon. You're like every round you're forced to change weapons. It randomly shuffles what weapon you have. So even if you like the weapon you randomly ended up with, you only get one round with it. And even compared to single-player Splatoon, most of that experience also does not let you pick your weapon. Like, in Splatoon 2, they did add the idea of, like, being able to play every... There was, like, 8 weapons, I think. Who do I want in front? I think it's Ender. And Nade's getting a little tired. Our time has come. It's Team Galactic's time now. Oh, it's your time now? Now is your time? It's your time now? Right now? Splatoon 2 let you like... In the first game, you only had the splatter shot as your weapon through the entire game. Splatoon 2 let you unlock, like, up to, I want to say 8 different weapons you could switch between for the main campaign. It's not great that Bronzo is my first opponent here. And then Splatoon 3 kind of got rid of that idea to an extent. Instead, they kind of copied the Octo expansion method, where you're given 3 options for your weapon per level, which I think works. It cuts down a lot of bloat, especially because I think Splatoon 2 did track whether or not you beat a level with a given weapon. And I think that was how you unlocked that weapon for multiplayer. When's it gonna be my turn? Did I talk to that other grunt before or after battle? It's too late. No amount of desperation from a kid like you will make a difference. I'm not going back to talk to that other grunt if I forgot to talk to her. Yeah, I think you could unlock... Bronze on again. I'm not wasting the rest of my whatchamacallits on you. Close combats. I'm just gonna bring out DDD. Yeah, you could unlock specifically the hero variants of those weapons. Like, not the entire class, but just those variants specifically with those designs. I think you had to beat every level with that weapon to unlock it for multiplayer. So that's certainly a grind. I don't even think I've done that. I may have done it with a couple weapons, but definitely not all of them. So I can see how Splatoon 3 kind of was a nice change from that. But it also meant that you could not pick your favorite weapon consistently. Let's learn Sand Tomb. Hmm, 15 power, 70 accuracy. No, thanks. Why is Sandstorm rock? I've always thought of Sandstorm as being a ground thing. Isn't Sand Attack it's right next to it. Yes, Sand Attack is ground, but Sandstorm is rock. That just raises further questions of why ground and rock are distinct types. Yeah, I'm not getting Sand Tomb. I'm sure Garchomp has better moves it can learn from leveling up. Hopefully Earthquake or Magnitude or something like that. I kind of want to look in the grass to see if I can get the Pokemon that I wanted on the earlier route, but I'm pretty sure I can't. Wiki says I can't. Do I keep going up? I think I saw a Grunt over there. I'm gonna at least fight the Grunt. Okay. I saw the rocks and I couldn't tell if I could move any of them or rock smash them. Yes. So we're gonna at least try to fight the Grunt. There's definitely an item there. Max Potion. Nice to meet you, Mr. Potion. Wait, did I not see a Grunt up here? Oh well. Felt bad for going around the grass, so I wanted to do at least one in there. Hey, there's something that Ender can easily take out. Yeah, I kind of do and kind of don't like what Splatoon 3 did with the single player. You know, you couldn't pick your favorite weapon for the given level, but having the levels designed around specific weapons, it makes sense to make those weapons the only options. But, you know, Splatoon 2 made it work. So I feel like it kind of was a step backwards to do that in Splatoon 3. Like, I get it, but it would... I just think it was not the greatest idea. So, having Splatoon Raiders, where you have a whole single-player campaign, and you have way more options for your weapons that you get to pick, that's really great. That's a really big plus side to Splatoon Raiders that I didn't think about until almost beating the game. That was timed with my A press such that it felt like I caused that wild encounter by clicking A. And then, yeah, like I said, Salmon Run, it's timed, you don't get to pick your weapon in that either, and it's a much more frantic experience. And also, it's multiplayer only. So if you're like me and you just prefer being alone, playing on your own. Yeah, Salmon Run, as is, like, not the ideal experience. It is nicer having basically a version of it that you can play by yourself, and you can pick whatever weapon you want. Granted, I don't think every weapon has representation in Splatoon Raiders. Our time will come. A time for us only. Or only us. I'm going to turn back your time to a time before Pokemon. No, I don't want to play Legends Arceus. I already beat that one. I like how this guy is like, our time is soon, when that one grunt was like, our time is now. Is it your time or isn't it? Yeah, it may just be that I have not unlocked every weapon yet, but I definitely feel Splatoon Raiders does not have every weapon in it, which I think is fine. It's... I don't know that the game necessarily would not have worked if they had every weapon from Splatoon 3 in it, but I suppose they were trying to have a more balanced approach to it. You know, making sure they don't go crazy with the weapons, so that, you know, some of them are bad. 'Cause I'm not saying that some of them are bad in Splatoon 3, but making sure that they all transition from that game to Splatoon Raiders successfully. I actually am not sure if there's like a list of weapons you can find, a list of weapons that do not ever show up in Salmon Run rotation. That's kind of the problem I have with Salmon Run weapon rotation, is sometimes there are weapons I don't like using in the rotation. Like, hey, if you like using the Nozzle Nose, cool. But if Nozzle Nose is in Salmon Run rotation, I don't want to play Salmon Run. Actually, Nozzle Nose might not be the killer weapon for me, but it's definitely not ideal. And I definitely don't like getting stuck with, like, the E-leader either. I'm not much of a Charger fan. If I'm going Charger, I am going Squiffer. Yeah! You can struggle all you want, but you can't stop Team Galactic alone. I'm not alone, I have my Pokemon. It doesn't matter how many Pokemon you try and use as your tools. They're not my tools, they're my friends! Team Galactic is all-powerful. Only a fool would show defiance to the mighty might of Team Galactic. A foolish fool who foolishly fools around. Now, in my opinion, Splatoon Raiders has a perfectly good set of variety in its weapons. I feel like all the key weapons are there. Obviously, you got what do they call them? Blasters? No, blasters are the Kaboom ones. Like splatter shots. Those kinds of. I swear there's a name for them. That's not Splatter Shot. Because technically, Squelcher is in the same category. I keep wanting to say blasters. No, blasters are blasters. They're the ones that go boom, which are represented. You know, you got. I was gonna say blaster again. You got splatter shots, you got rollers, you got chargers, you got dualies, you got blasters, and I mean blasters this time. You got sloshers. You got the Brella. Why do I feel like that was in Splatoon 2? I thought that was new for Splatoon 3, but weird. No, that was definitely Splatoon 2, because I remember the new stuff for Splatoon 3 was the Splatana, and my personal favorite, the Stringer, which both of those are in Splatoon Raiders. And actually, I think there are more Stringer variants in Splatoon Raiders than Splatoon 3 ever got. There's like 2 regular Stringers and then 2, like, what do they call them? The quick slingers. And then that's all Splatoon 3 ever got for those. I'm going for broke. Thank you. Good. My gamble paid off. $21. Good. Now standing up to the mighty's foolish. I think he said you say. I think he ended that was I didn't quite catch it. It doesn't matter if you're an adult or a kid if you have Pokemon. Pokemon are the equalizers. Oh, just like guns in real life. That's what people say about guns as well. They're the great equalizer. You heard it here first. Pokemon are guns. I should have realized sooner. Now I can tell you that Splatoon Raiders does not have every single variant of every type of weapon that shows up in it. Because I was waiting for a while for, like, dually Squelchers to show up. And they don't really. The tricky thing is, like, they don't call every weapon variant what you would expect it to be if it was in one of the previous games. So, for example, Squelcher's not called Squelcher. It's like the perfume splatter shot. Do they call them just shooters? I feel like that's not quite right. Maybe that's what they call them. They're shooters, and then you have blasters and whatever. Like, blasters don't have, like, the Luna Blaster, I think. I know there's, like, a bajillion different blaster types. And then Splatoon Raiders only has, like, 6 variants. Which, the weapons in Splatoon Raiders are balanced for... or they're optimized for different things. You're definitely an item. Is that the second escape rope I found in here? And like I was saying, like the Squelcher does show up, but it's like, oh, it's a shooter that's optimized for range. So it's a little tricky. Trying to figure out what weapon is the equivalent of what. So actually, dually Squelchers do kind of show up, but they're called like sippy cup dualies, because all the weapons are made, they're like salvaged from junk. I just feel kind of silly that, like, I was waiting for dually Squelchers and then the equivalent is sippy cups. What are you trying to tell me, game? I was also waiting for Tri-Slosher, and there is no Tri-Slosher, as far as I know. Oh, we got hit by the hail. It's like, what? What happened? You're not confused, are you? Shouldn't have gotten hit. We got hit by the hail. Yeah, no, there's no Tri-Slosher, but there are Sloshers optimized for ink coverage. Definitely not as good ink coverage as Tri-Sloshers, but... Ooh, piece of candy. But, like, that's, I think, a very solid example of weapon variants at work in that game. No Tri-Slosher, but Slosher optimized for ink coverage? I would have really liked to have found a weapon that's like an equivalent of some of the weirder weapons that Splatoon 3 introduced. I think it was Splatoon 3. Like the Goo Tuber, I think that's what it was called. Which is like a It's a charger variant that can hold its charge really long for a really long time while swimming. As far as I know, they only have. Oh, good job, Ender. Good level up. As far as I can tell, they only have basic chargers, Squiffer types that are like not as long range but charge faster. And then E-leaders, which are the opposite. They are long range, but they also have a long charge time. They don't seem to have like the weird ones like Gootuber. Although I think there is a Bamboozler equivalent. This is definitely the moment where I realized, oh hey, this is total nonsense if you don't know Splatoon weapons. Bamboozler? Squiffer? Squelcher? What are you even talking about? Are those even words? No. They're names. I think my biggest... The weapon I most want that seems to not be in Splatoon Raiders, I would have really liked to have the ballpoint Splatling. I'm terrible with the Splatling, but I think the ballpoint Splatling is really fun. I think that's the one where you can, like, start charging it even while you're firing it. You can, like, cancel your firing to continue filling up your charge meter instead of letting it empty all the way. I think there was also a Splatling variant that is like the Gootuber, that it can hold its charge when you swim. I think that was called, like, the Notchulus Splatling. Something like that. I also want to say there were more weapons that were, like, based on pens, but I can't remember. Oh yeah, there was like a... There was a roller that I think was like a pen. I think it had like a different flick pattern based on whether you were on the ground or jumping. Which, rollers already do that now. I think they've done that since Splatoon... Either Splatoon 2 or Splatoon 3. I think Splatoon 3 was... Or Splatoon 2 was the one that introduced that. But I think it was like a pen, and then the regular flick was normal, like any other roller. Where the heck am I going? And then, oh, there it is, I see it. And then, like, you do a jumping flick, and it's... I want to say it gets shorter, like the roller itself shrinks, so that your splat is more focused. This is our final operation. No one will interfere. I also vaguely remember... I was going to say a roller that's based on crayons. I think I'm mixing that up with a blaster. I want to say it's the Clash Blaster? It just occurred to me, there's no Bloblobber. Which is a Slosher variant, where instead of being a bucket, it's a bathtub. And it shoots bouncing bubbles. One of my least favorite weapons to fight. Frickin' stinking Bloblobber. But, you know, having more weapons is easily something they could do for a sequel. Or even DLC, who knows? Maybe Splatoon Raiders will get periodic weapon expansion free updates. Just like the core games. Probably not. Because it's, you know, it's not a multiplayer game, so that they don't have an obligation to try to keep it alive and exciting with new weapons that shake up the meta. I mean, you can play it online, so I suppose they might do updates to help that side of it. Good. Snapped out of confusion. But yeah, I don't think it's gonna be like, hey, look, shiny new weapon. Don't you want to start playing again? Like, I think anyone who's playing multiplayer probably already has a favorite weapon, and is probably just sticking to that. Oh yeah, one of my favorite weapons since the first game. You turn the tables on me. I call interference. Did I even remember to read what he was saying when he first started the battle? The closer you are to the peak, the closer you are to space. Soon Team Galactic will... Team Galactic will achieve greatness. Just don't drink the Kool-Aid, okay? Just promise me you don't drink the Kool-Aid. If they offer refreshments, please deny. Please, or decline. Not deny, decline. Yeah, one of my favorite weapons since the first game was arrow spray. I couldn't remember what it's called, but I just remembered. Yeah, I like it's one of the shooter types that it's really close range, really rapid fire, and has a nice spread. It is so satisfying running around inking terrain with that. You're probably gonna self-destruct, aren't you? I'm calling it. You're self-destructing. I'm using fly to avoid it. Okay, never mind. Please don't do it on this turn. Okay, roll out. I'll take it. I'm switching before you can chip Ender away with that. Yeah, arrow spray was another weapon I was hoping to find an equivalent in Raiders. Doesn't seem to be the case. I think they would expect me to use a Splattershot Junior optimized for ink coverage. Which, to be fair, would be close enough. You know, of all things, I'm surprised that they actually did include a variant of sloshers that's like the... What do you call that one? It's the... Hello? Say, listen. You realize you're breaking hearts by being successful? It's your fault that Team Galactic members are in so much pain. Yeah, well, you deserve it. You're terrorists. Maybe not as much as Team Rocket, but you're terrorists. Yeah, what do you call that? What do you call that slosher that, like, when you do the lob, it's, instead of being a splash, it's like a bomb? They have that in Raiders. Not really sure why, honestly. Why that and not Tri-Slosher? I don't get it. Also, now that I think about it, okay, they have 2 of the 3 Brella variants that I can name off the top of my head. I don't know if there were ever more, but I know of at least 3. There's Standard, there's Tent, and then there is Undercover. They don't have Undercover. They didn't add Undercover. And to me, Undercover Brella makes way more sense to include in a single-player game than the Tent one. Because the Tent one's thing, I mean, I guess the difference is it's a bigger blast. It's basically a shotgun with a bigger blast. Where Brella is a shotgun, and then the Tent Brella, or Tenta Brella, I think it was Tenta, but that would have a bigger blast. It was just slower to fire. But it also has a bigger coverage shield. Which doesn't make sense to me in a single-player game, because who are you covering with that? I guess the answer is your allies when you play multiplayer. But still, why include that and not the undercover umbrella, where its whole thing is the umbrella part does not detach? See, you left me brokenhearted too. Like, I would think that would be the one you would include in the single-player game. Or single-player-focused game. Someone's joy is another person's sorrow. Everyone being happy and laughing? How ridiculous. Team Galactic should be doing all laughing. Yeah, and you expect me to feel sorry for you? No. Not with a mentality like that. Also, another thing... I'll stop talking about weapons for at least a minute here. One thing I feel like really does a lot of legwork to making Splatoon Raiders feel like a different experience than just standard Splatoon. The gadgets. Because it's already in all the other games you would only get, well, I was gonna say one. You had one button for it, and then you would switch with the D-pad in single player at least. Which I think they also changed in Splatoon 3, where your sub-weapon was just whatever they wanted for that level. So you only had the one. Well, Raiders, one of its key selling points is the gadgets, where it's like a sub-weapon, but you could equip two. But the key difference between gadgets, other than being able to equip two at once, is they don't cost ink to use. And that might not sound like a big deal, but with how frantic Salmon Run style gameplay can be, that is a pretty big deal, actually. Like, especially if you're using a more ink-hungry weapon, then you don't have to pick and choose. Like, you can run all of your ink out using your weapon, and not even realize it, and then go, oh shoot, I'm out of ink, and then just use one of your gadgets to save you. I know that from experience. I was using one of my other favorite weapons, the Octobrush, which also does not seem to have any variants, at least that I got. I have had one Octobrush, like, the entire game. Granted, I have replaced it with the same model, just higher level, but if there were more Octobrushes than just the one, I don't know. Never got one. I can't believe you chased me here. Okay, let's see how tough you are. But yeah, gadgets, like... It's really nice that they don't take ink. Specifically because of it being like, oh shoot, I'm out of ink. I need, I'll use a gadget to help me out of this sticky situation. So I definitely hope they make a Splatoon Raiders sequel and expand even further on the ideas that they had here. Because, like, if we just get Splatoon 4 and it's like Splatoon 3 but with different weapons, like, that'd be fine, but I think I would like the next game to be more like Splatoon Raiders than quote-unquote classic Splatoon. Ow. It's super effective. I was just wondering what level Poppet is currently at. Look at those stats. They sure are numbers. Stunky. Too bad Poppet doesn't have any, like, good ground moves yet. I'll just send in DDD. I guess that's all I had to say about Splatoon Raiders, which is certainly more than I was saying after playing it originally, where I'm just like, yeah, it's Splatoon. Like, now that I've beaten it, I've had my thoughts build up. It's like, ah, yeah. It is Splatoon, but also kind of a little no. Where did you get that power? By leveling up. Yeah, Puppet's evolving! Gabite looks a lot more like Garchomp than I remember it looking. Like, jeez, that is really just a tiny Garchomp. That is kind of funny. I think she got like 10 points in defense. Defense and special defense after evolving. Because I think they were sitting more around 30 before, and now they're 39. Speed is 41. How does that compare to everyone else? I thought I saw a 30 in there, but no. Well, she is my slowest, but she's also my least evolved, so that's fair. Dedede is my slowest fully evolved. At least, without being able to look at Dead Ringer. Also, speaking of looking at... It nests in small horizontal holes in cave walls. It pounces to catch prey that's stray too close. And then since I'm here, I'll read Gabites as well. There was a long-held belief that medicine made from its scales will heal even incurable illnesses. I would not have thought that its scales would have healing properties. I would have thought its scales would be used as knives or something. Mount Coronet. I might be just a grunt, but even I can tell that it has weird energy. Ah, you need to heal Ender. Probably could have used more than a super potion, but yeah, whatever. She'll be fine. I guess it's kind of a good time for me to have run out of Splatoon Raiders thoughts because my alarm to go on break just went off. I was about to say that it's going to go off because it was 8:59 when I started saying that, and then it rolled over to 9. So right as I was saying it. But let's at least get down to that guy. I just wonder... I thought I saw another climb path, and I was just going around to see where it went. Or where going around went. So now I'm wondering, like, could I have gone this way instead? I think I could have. I think that's the thing I saw. There it is. I was just waiting to get into another wild battle that I don't want. I'm just gonna let Dedede handle this. Ow. Oh. I thought that would have been enough. Thought I heard a vacuum cleaner. There we go. Pretty sure Graveler is rock ground, so I should have just done water from the start. Did Poppy get the bigger sum of experience there? I guess it's nice to know if you give them experience share, they get the priority on the amount of experience. Yeah, I think I could have just taken that path instead and skipped the grunts. I don't know how much of this cave absolutely requires any of the HMs I've been using. Aside from, I guess, Surf. I guess that's where a guide would have been nice. But, like, I've got helpful just in case. So, I've got Rock Climb, I've got Rock Smash, I've got Strength, I've got, whatever the fourth one, Cut. And I got Surf. And then all I need is Waterfall, and I'll have everything I need to beat the game. Screw you, Defog! I think I should just put DDD in the front for now. So now Ender is getting tired. Oh, come on. Clefairy, who do you think you are? You really think you can beat DDD? Clefairy is a little Kirby adjacent, so it's funny. You're fighting Kirby with DDD. What next, Waddle Dee? Magolor? Comet Punch. Oh, good, I missed. I think Comet Punch could have seriously hurt DDD. Steel is weak to fighting, and I don't think water would have given me any resistance to it. There you are. Just wondering how far away you were down the tunnel. It's funny, I just realized that Graveler's animation is like the opposite of Geodude's. Where Geodude is like he's lifting something heavy. He's like, huh? Ah! Graveler's the opposite. His arms are raised, and then he brings them down, and he's like, Arr! And then he brings them back up. Geodude is lifting weights, Graveler is doing pull-ups. I'm hopelessly lost. Please don't pay attention to a lowly grunt without any Pokemon. Well, I guess I'll have to figure out where to go next time. Or, not next time. I'm not ending the stream. I'm going on break. See you in a bit. And hopefully I'll figure something out. I'm trying to remember what day it is. It's Wednesday. Okay. I looked it up. And I'm still kind of confused. Also, I made an accidental discovery. If I tap my Pokemon on my Poketch, they make their cry. Or they do their cry. I can make fire noises whenever I want! Okay, so the walkthrough on Bulbapedia says to go south from here. This part is so confusing. Yeah, it's certainly not the first part I've gotten lost on in this game. Although at least 2 instances of that were... Oh, did you not talk to everybody in town wearing a salmon costume? Sucks to be you. Ow. Ow! Alright, buddy, you asked for it. Trying to realize think about which Pokemon would be the best option here. Yeah, that's right, you better be scared. Blam! Get out of here. I'm 25, yay. It just said go south and use rock climb. I can't really see if there's a rock climb over there, but I guess this is correct. I guess it's like a story flag thing. Because I'm pretty sure this is where I came in. But I think I am supposed to go back out where I came in. So I remembered another thing about Splatoon Raiders, which you may have seen on Reddit several times, if you follow the Nintendo subreddit. Splatoon Raiders is apparently currently the 7th highest rated game on Metacritic of all time. Which, it's good, but I don't think it's that good. So it's certainly interesting that it's so highly rated right now. I guess Splatoon fans really love their Salmon Run. I both like it, so it's a good game. Both like it, and so it's a good game. I still haven't seen it. Yeah, like it's definitely a good game. I just don't think it's 7th best game of all time. Like, I think just recently, like, Mario Galaxy 2 became the highest rate. If I want to say highest rated Nintendo game on Metacritic of all time. If not highest rated game of all time. I don't know if it was specific to Nintendo, I don't know if it was specific to Metacritic, but recently became one of the highest rated games of all time. And Splatoon Raiders next to it, I don't know. Then again, I wouldn't say Galaxy is one of the greatest either, but like, I'm not going to argue with it not being one of the greatest of all time. I just don't personally agree with that. Like, I can see how Splatoon Raiders, like, doesn't... It doesn't really have any objective problems with it, at least none that I am aware of, other than just like, oh, it doesn't have my favorite weapon. Which I can't say, because I got to use the Stringer most of the time. I'm happy. But, like, objective problems, I don't think so. Like, worst I've seen is that it's too easy, and the game has a hard mode. You could turn that on. It's funny how if you think the game is too easy, technically, that's a skill issue. It's just the opposite kind of skill issue that skill issue usually refers to. Make fun of it. So, it is a good game. Ah. Yes. Yes, it is definitely good. This may be not 7th greatest game of all time. I'm gonna Aqua Jet and see what happens. Because I remember you one-shotting me with high jump kick. Or whatever it was called. One I can at least agree with, at least in terms of Mario Galaxy, going back to that. Galaxy 2 is definitely a better game. I can say that much. I can agree with that much. I do not understand people who like Galaxy 1 better than Galaxy 2. I remember on one of Proton John's streams, one of her game clearing streams, they were talking about, like, I forget if it was specifically Game of the Year for every year, or just like highest reviewed. I don't know if that's more clear phrasing than highest rated games of every year. I guess like top 10 releases of that year. I'm talking about whether or not they've played them, or if they like them. I would like to take part in that conversation. I certainly enjoy looking at like what is considered the best games of all time and then being like, do I agree? Have I even played it? Especially considering how contrarian I can be sometimes. I don't think I'll get Raiders or Splatoon 4, most likely gonna get Pokemon as my first Switch 2 game. Yeah, that's fair. Splatoon Raiders is definitely like, yeah, if you think Splatoon looks fun, sure, get Splatoon Raiders, but if you don't think it looks fun, that's fine. You can easily skip on it. It's not mind-blowing. Which is, you know, part of the reason why it's hard to believe it's currently one of the 7th highest rated games of all time, according to Metacritic. Again, I think it is just very vocal, very happy fans. Which is nice that they're happy. It's nice to see a fan base being happy about something. Honestly, I think it is just a matter of time until like people are like, Splatoon Raiders isn't that great, it's overrated, and then they start review bombing it just so it's not the 7th highest game on Metacritic anymore. Okay, I'm looking at the guide again. I am in Tunnel. Defeat the grunts, blah blah blah, go down the stairs, Grunt to the north is hopelessly lost and blocks the shortcut to the tunnel linking Eterna City and Celestic Town. Go south and use Rock Smash to pass through the rocky debris. Use Rock Climb once in the southwest, then again to return to the mountainside, which is out here. Mountainside. Move north and use Rock Climb to scale the cliff to the west. To the west? There... I don't know why I'm pulling out my keyboard. I don't have my keyboard. I gotta go back outside. Good. No wild encounters on the way there. once again being hard to see. Specifically in this room. I don't know why this room in particular is like, man, I can't see anything that they want me to see. It's like I missed this entrance, and now I've missed this rock climb spot. I feel like I gotta stop and heal, but I don't really. Like, I need PP recovery more than I need anything. Critics tend to be on another level than the actual player base. Sometimes critics sing praise while the actual players are hating the game. I think in this specifically, I think specifically for Splatoon Raiders, it's 7th highest player rated, not critic rated. So it is specifically fans of the game saying it's, I guess, a perfect 10. I guess that's what will get you 7th highest rated of all time. Ah, wood hammer! Oh, wait. Steel resists. Or it can be critical, thank you. I want to bring Poppet out and see if she can get the full experience here. I don't know if I can trust that she'll be faster than Abomasnow right now. So instead, I'll just end him with Ender. Yeah, that's right, you better be scared. Quick attack. Jeez, Ender is running out of everything. I'm tired of the wild encounters, but also I need the experience. So there's not much I can do. Oh, I forgot to revive. Forgot to revive DDD. We're reaching the end of her moves. Yeah. We're reaching the end of everyone's moves right now, unfortunately. Can't believe Abomasnow outsped Queen Nai. Okay, I'm switching. I really want to bring out Poppet, but I know that's not a good idea. It probably wouldn't even be a good idea even if they were equal level. Just because of the threat of ice. She cannot take that risk. There's gotta be a healing point soon. This is quite the endurance run. I guess I could take this time to explain why I don't really care for Mario Galaxy, because I feel like that's kind of a hot topic. Or maybe not hot topic, but like a... You don't like Mario Galaxy? Please explain. Like, yeah, I just, I feel like when you unwrap the gravity stuff, Galaxy doesn't really do that much interesting. I feel like a lot of Galaxy's spectacle is in being like, whoa, you're walking on the wall now! But then it's still just like regular Mario platforming. Which is why I think Galaxy 2 was a much better game, because it has a lot more level elements that aren't just, whoa, you're walking upside down now! Beat up. Gets all the party Pokemon to attack the foe. The more party Pokemon, the more damage. That sounds like a crime. I don't think I don't think I want beat up as part of our moveset. I don't know if beat up is good. I feel like someone is going to be screaming at me not to get rid of it, but I don't think I want it. Give up on beat up. There's also the fact with Mario Galaxy of how it does feel like past a certain point it's running out of ideas. Considering there's at least like 1 or 2 levels that, well, definitely one. There is one world in that game that is just a copy pasted. What's the galaxy with the bees? The honey hive. They just copy paste that because they ran out of ideas at the end, which is ironic to say because the Galaxy 2 exists because they had so many ideas in Galaxy 1. Can I beat you with Avalanche? Ow. Ow. Stop getting criticals! Stupid freaking... Dang wild Pokemon. Razafrazin. Ender's not a good idea either. She's gonna get nuked too. But yeah, I do feel like Galaxy 1 is not very interesting to revisit, especially, like, I feel like a lot of the people who really love Galaxy 1, probably over Galaxy 2, but in general, I feel like a lot of the really big Mario Galaxy fans are really big space fans. That is not me. I don't really care about space. So being, oh look, it's Super Mario Bros, but in space, that alone is not exciting to me. Which, like, I get why some people might not think Galaxy 2 is spacey enough. I think it does use a lot more skyboxes that are, like, Earth sky rather than space. So I can see that criticism. But, like, I look at it on a gameplay level, and gameplay-wise, I think Galaxy 2 is a far more interesting game. Okay, wait, let me take an opportunity to properly heal up. Wait, no. Wait, there's revives. Why am I so blind? And Queen Nai gets a super potion. And Ender gets a super potion. You know, this is an aside. It's completely off topic. I've heard that a lot of the time when Oprah would, like, give away cars, people couldn't take them because that would put them in, like, it would change what tax bracket they're in, and that would actually be worse for their living situation than having a new car. Isn't that just the dumbest thing? Our boss is going to do something huge at the summit. But here I am, dealing with some pesky intruder. Why do I keep giving women the deep voice? The more... Like, I am a bad guy! Ugh. You're spoiling the atmosphere. You can lose quickly, right? Isn't it just the dumbest thing that Oprah could give you a free car and it's like, oh hey, actually, that your taxes are gonna skyrocket if you accept this car. Like, that's so stupid. Like, I'm all in favor of, like, if people have a higher income, they have, you know, higher tax. Because rich people really should stop avoiding taxes. Rich people don't need to be skipping on taxes. But Oprah giving you a free car should not suddenly be like, oh, yes, you're a rich person now. You have to pay out the nose for new taxes. Like, shouldn't there be some kind of exception because it was a gift? I don't know. I forgot what Pokemon they're switching to. I'm just gonna leave DDD. Glameow. But yeah, Danny Gonzalez did a video going over something like that. That was not necessarily Oprah giving away stuff, but that was pretty much the topic. Like I think it was specifically YouTubers giving away free cars to people, and then talking about how, like, oh, actually, that's probably fake because of, you know, this and that, and then he brought up Oprah. It was a good video. I like Danny Gonzalez's videos. How did you get Iron Defense out of Assist? What is going on? Hey, you want to know another video game hot take I have? Aside from Mario Galaxy 1 is not really that great, it's kind of overrated. You ever heard of the game Journey? I think that game is really lame. You're not supposed to work me over like that. All my excitement's gone now. This whole Mount Coronet trip is too rough, long, and draining. Tell me about it. Tell me I get a healing spot soon. I mean, I suppose if I go back and heal, then like, sure, I have to fight all the wild Pokemon on the way up again, but I don't have to fight the trainers, so I could have more PP on stuff than I currently have. If I go through one more doorway and there is not a healing spot, I think I will just leave. More experience, yeah, that's also true. Fighting more wild Pokemon and getting more experience. But yeah, you ever see the game Journey? I really don't like that game. That game is... My big vendetta with that game is that it doesn't want to be a video game, it wants to be an interactive experience. But it's not a very fun experience. It entirely relies on it being a, ooh, look, video games are art kind of experience. Which, like, yeah, video games are art. But it doesn't have to be boring art. Team Galactic will take control of everything. You can try all you want, but you can't do anything alone. I'm not alone, I have my Pokemon. Because, like, all you do in Journey is walk. It's not even like a platformer. It kind of pretends it is. Yeah, it sees itself as art, yeah. It insists upon itself. And then so you're just like walking in a desert, and that's it. And then sometimes you hover, and then you're just walking to the end of the game. And I think that's really boring. And I don't care how, like, what the story is. Because there's an underlying story if you read between the lines of the cutscenes. And the cutscenes don't have dialogue because, ooh, art. Wait, did that say Pelipper? I think that said Pelipper. I'm switching. And it also has this element where, like, oh, you're alone, but sometimes secretly you're playing online, so we didn't tell you you're online, but sometimes you will find other players, and ooh, it changes your experience. Like, who cares? Like, I know it's a meme, but seriously, it insists upon itself, and I don't like it. I really don't get into any game that is specifically trying to be an art piece. I feel like it kind of betrays the medium of video games to be like, look, video games can be art, and then they don't try to be a video game. They try to be art. Like, at least, like, Shadow of the Colossus, you know, or, like, you know, the Team Eco games. At least those are still video games. All you gave me was the taste of defeat. Like, the Team Ico games really do like trying to be an art piece experience kind of thing. You know, makes you think, ooh, when you beat them. But at least they're video games. At least Shadow of the Colossus is a boss rush. Is our boss about to ditch us and claim everything for himself? Yeah, probably. Why was that a wall? That was clearly stairs. Oh, great. Oh, great, a grunt. You've worked so hard to get here. You should be proud of yourself. And now I'll send you packing home with only that happy thought. Stanley Parable is basically an art and you walk around, but it makes up for it with the funny narrator and other interactions that are funny. Yeah, exactly. That game, I think, is a good example of taking the medium of video games and making it art in a way that isn't pretentious. It's actually saying something about the medium of video games. It's actually... It actually has commentary on the nature of video games and the nature of playing a video game. And it actually does clever things. Instead of just, ooh, look, it's like a movie, but you press the thumbstick to walk. Wow. Like, I really think if Journey was a movie instead of a video game, nothing would be lost. Oh, come on. Yeah, I resist that. Like, I also think that Stanley Parable also wins by having multiple endings. I don't think Journey ever has a different ending. I think it's just the same ending every time. So, like, again, it's not even playing with the fact that it's interactive. Other than, like, sometimes you encounter another player and you didn't realize you were playing online. Did you get the broom closet ending at Stanley Parable, by the way? It's really blown away by that one. I don't know if I have any other video game hot takes like that. I'm not even sure I can think of more, like, artsy games that I didn't think were good. I know the people who made Journey, they made another game. I'm sure they've made more, but I know they made a game right after Journey called Abzu. I feel like that game is better. It still kind of has the same vibes, but I feel like Abzu is a little more interesting than Journey. It's underwater. I can't really remember anything about Abzu, but it's like, at least by being underwater, you have the fish to look at, and you at least have, like, a virtual fish tank you can enjoy instead of sand. The broom closet ending was my favorite. How dare you? That's how you respond to my generosity? Yeah, and I'll be even more generous by healing me. You'd be such a rockin' dude if you did. We couldn't stop you. We'll be discarded as useless. Our boss is ruthless that way. He's ruthless. Oh, come on. I guess in terms of, like, other quote-unquote walking simulator type games, I remember Firewatch. And I liked Firewatch. I feel like could have been better, but I feel like if I remember right, my biggest complaint with it is that it feels like it kind of just suddenly ends. And I feel like that's kind of the point. But I feel like that game did do enough to actually be a video game. And not just a story that you press some buttons to view. Yay, level 28. She's climbing. She wants to learn Slash. Finally, she has an attacking move. Actually, okay, Dragon Rage always inflicts 40. Takedown. Oh, that's 90 power. Okay, so I could have been using that. And, yeah, I'll get rid of Sand Attack for now. Wasn't gonna use that. For a moment, oh! I remembered. I was gonna say, Firewatch reminded me of something and I couldn't remember. And then, while saying that, I remembered. Life is Strange. I like those games as well. I've never played them. I never played Firewatch, and I've never played any of the Life is Strange games, but I've watched, like, YouTubers play the first one and some of the... I think it was the second? Something huge is going to happen. I think... Maybe. Right? Don't meddle around. Of course you're going to, aren't you? That's why the two of us will team up to take you down to the ground. Yeah, I think Life is Strange is interesting because of, you know, you get superpowers in them. It's especially the first one where you have the time rewind power. That is like a... I want to say subversive. Maybe subversive isn't the right word. But I feel like that was a smart thing to do with a... You know, a choice-based game where you're like, just picking dialogue options and that's kind of it. Wait, what? Huh? Oh, he destroyed himself. It's like, why did he just suddenly lose half his health? He unsubscribed from consciousness, I guess. Oh no, not this again. How is that super effective on Queen Nai? Oh, bug. Dark is weak to bug. Yeah, I think Life is Strange had... I know there was one where you're playing as like a brother and he's got his younger brother, and I think the younger brother is the one with powers. And then there's like the... I want to call it the Colors one, because I can't remember its full title. But it was like something Colors, like true Colors or something. I don't know what the character's power was in that one. I never saw any of it. I also never saw the end of the one where it was the two brothers. You know, what blows my mind about Life is Strange is that... Isn't that made by Square Enix? It's so weird when Square Enix does literally anything other than Final Fantasy clones. And also Final Fantasy sequels, obviously. Official Final Fantasy sequels. Dang it. You know, speaking of choice-based games, I never really got into Telltale games. I don't think any of them were ever... Come on. Like, none of them really ever caught my attention. They all just seem kind of boring. Alright, Ender. Enter Ender. I also resent the Borderlands one that they did because they killed off a character I like. I will never forgive them for that. I do respect Gearbox for rolling with it, though. Like, characters from, like things that happened in that game, in the Telltale one. I think it was Tales from the Borderlands. They follow through on that. You know, they didn't go, oh no, that didn't actually happen. Like, no, they rolled with it. The one of the characters from that shows up in Borderlands 3. Wait, where did Ender go? Did I use Fly? I don't remember using Fly. I thought I used, like, Slash or something. Okay. Telltale games are basically interactive movies with alternate endings. See, the thing is, I'm not even sure that the choices you make in those games actually do much. I think those games are like the go-to punching bag for choices not actually mattering in games. The toughest of all the grunts. That was me. Arg! I let some little kid beat me! Hey. Not little. I'm at least like 12, aren't I? Well, that was just pathetic. We're just gonna let you pass so you can't pulverize, so you can get pulverized by our boss. Yeah, they don't matter as much. And see, I was also thinking of like the David Cage games. I think that's the right name. Like Heavy Rain and like Detroit Become Human. I've seen like the alternate routes for... Oh great, it's you. I've seen the alternate routes for Detroit Become Human, at least. Those choices actually lead you places. So for as much as you can clown on David Cage's games, because I think people do clown on him, the choices actually go places in those games. At least Detroit had the matter. You know, I'll use a hyper potion. I'm gonna make sure everyone is at full health because we're dying. We're getting really tired. I don't know if this is gonna be a double battle. I'm gonna save again. Telltale games could basically be sold as a movie and you wouldn't miss anything really from the games. You know, the funny thing is also, what's the name of the people who made Until Dawn? Now, all will end, and everything will begin. With this red chain, I will pry open the portal to another dimension. I command that you unleash your power for me. Dialga, the mythical Pokemon, and the Master of Time. I don't know how a chain is doing this. Ooh, psychedelic. This will bring about the destruction of all things. You know, that... I've been playing so much Splatoon Raiders, that pulse... I thought it was the... I don't remember the name of the enemy, but there's an enemy that, like, it throws a ring, and then when that ring lands, it inks the ground their color, and then you have to ink it your color so that they slam their face into the ground, and then you get an opportunity to attack them. That's what I thought this was. With everything gone, there will be no fighting and no strife. Hey, don't get rid of Cloud! Can you feel time distorting? Only I can choose to stop it. Oh, great. He's Dio now! You thought it was Cyrus, but it was him! Dio! Oh, you know what that looks like? It looks like when you get really close to like a CRT TV, and you can see the pixels. Oh, wait, do CRTs have pixels? Well, you know, when you get really close to like an older TV, and you can see the three lights that make colors, the red, green, blue. This is the mythical Pokemon that created Sinnoh. Did it though? Well, Sinnoh specifically, I don't know. But like I know Arceus. I'm pretty sure Arceus is the one that created the world. Dialga, the ancient deity of time. Gugba. This world cannot be molded into the ultimate world I seek. It's far easier to create an entirely new world than to change this one. Yeah, well, you know what? You're not going to be able to control the new world either. A new world in which I am the ruler of all things. I shall become a deity. Oh no, you brought us this CRT dimension, Cyrus. Do I have to... Yeah, I have to fight them. There's no need to rush. I can understand why you want to battle our boss real bad. But you have to go through me first. After all, you made me look bad more times than I care to remember. And I'll be next. You might be tough, but this time, the gloves are coming off. Hold on, 1 second. Don't you start the party without me. Huh. Well, if it isn't the little boy who ran off crying at Lake Acuity. Did you get any tougher since then? We'll beat you 2-on-2. Please heal me after this battle, Barry. I need it. Really, I need Barry to heal me more than I need him to actually fight by my side. But anyway, going back to what I was saying. Yeah, the people who make the Until Dawn games, well, they made Until Dawn, and then they made other games similar to it, like The Quarry. I don't know about Until Dawn specifically, but I know The Quarry has movie mode where you just, it just plays itself for you. I feel like, based off of what I've been saying, I feel like I should hate that game, or hate their games for doing that. But actually, I think that's cool. I think their choices in those games do actually matter. You will get people killed if you make the wrong choices in those games. So those, I think, are still in the realm of they deserve to be video games, even if they have movie modes where they play themselves. I don't know if they do like random choices or... Actually, I think at least The Quarry has, like, you can pick it where everyone survives or everyone dies, or... I remember watching one of those where it was movie mode of a full playthrough. I don't remember if everyone survived in it. I think some people actually did die. So I don't know if you can set it where not everyone survives. Also, I'm out of Aqua Jet and Surf, so now all I have is Metal Claw and Brine. Well, I guess now it's Brine time. Yeah, I think the fact that you can, like, your choices actually prevent people from dying, I think makes those games worth it. Because hey, then next time you play it, you can make a different choice and make that person not die. Or I guess I could have phrased it as help them live. You know what I meant. Why does it feel like Barry hasn't done anything yet? Poison Jab. I guess the thing that I don't like, that I think the thing that rubs me the wrong way specifically about Telltale isn't that their choices don't matter, is that they feel like they really want to be dramatic, and then it just makes them not... It puts me off specifically. Like, I'm not gonna say you can't have your dramas. That's fine. But just how dramatic they're trying to be, how much they're trying to put weight behind your decisions, instead of just being fun and entertaining to watch. I think that's the thing that makes me like, I don't like these. But also, part of the problem is that most of the games they did in that style are The Walking Dead, and I have zero interest in The Walking Dead. Like, zombie stuff does not catch my interest most of the time. I'm not gonna say never. I did enjoy playing Zombie U. Ow. But, like, specifically a story, as opposed to what was Zombie U then, if not a story. It was a video game that had a story. But, like, just the setting alone of zombies, like, I don't care. You really need to do something else to be interesting. Like, at least Prototype, like, it is a zombie, technically it's a zombie game, but it's a zombie game where you get cool shape-shifting powers. So it's automatically 1,000 times cooler to me than The Walking Dead. Regardless of what you do in their games, basically everything ends the same except with slightly different characters. I can believe that. I think at least in some of the Walking Dead games, there are probably, like, moments where characters will either die or get betrayed or whatever, and then by the end, it's like, oh, if you did something different, they wouldn't have betrayed you. If you didn't say that thing that they remembered. So, you know, that's the thing that's the joke with Telltale games, is that you do something and it's like, George will remember that. And that's how you know later George is gonna stab you. It's just like, oh great, he will remember that. Also, I remember they did a Batman game. I don't remember the Batman game's good. I mean, I don't think people hated Telltale games. I think generally people enjoyed them. If you're not me. Okay, good, you got more Pokemon. I like Batman. I don't know if I would have liked the Telltale Batman. It's like the Borderlands thing is one thing, because Borderlands is a looter shooter. So when you're neither looting nor shooting in your Borderlands game, I feel like you've made a mistake. So I really don't understand why they made Tales from the Borderlands. But Batman, I can see. Batman gets all kinds of experiences with, you know, comics, movies, video games. So I don't blame them for adapting Batman to the Telltale style. I just wonder, is it good? I don't think I've seen any of it. So I don't know what people thought of it. If it was particularly good, or if it was just like, yeah, it's a Telltale game. They were good, but a bit off more than they could chew and took on too many licenses at the same time. Did they? Because I know, you know, Walking Dead, they had Batman, which I know was episodically released, but I don't know if it... I think it was technically just one game. It was like Chapter 1, Chapter 2. Is Brian going to be good against Stunk Tank? Is that low enough health for that to trigger? I guess I'm not going to find out. Thanks, Perugly. And then Walking Dead, Batman, Borderlands. What else did they have? I think they had one called The Wolf Among Us. Oh yeah, didn't they do the... Oh yeah, Minecraft. They had Minecraft Story Mode. Which again is like... Minecraft is all about crafting and mining. Who is the story-driven Minecraft experience with no crafting and no mining designed for? Honestly, I can't help but look at it cynically and be like, well, they just slapped the Minecraft name on it and expected it to sell. You know, they were so caught up in how much money they can make that they didn't stop to consider if it was a product people would buy. And I remember didn't they do a poker game that had like Heavy from Team Fortress and Strong Bad. I think Claptrap was in it. I think that was Telltale. And it's like the one Telltale game that isn't just you sitting there waiting for one of 4 dialogue options to pop up. Goodness gracious, DDD, you are hanging on by a thread. Can't Star Raptor! Okay, and DDD's asleep, and he's gonna get knocked out. Or he's gonna go for Star Raptor. Okay, sorry, Star Raptor. You know, speaking of Minecraft spin-offs, like, I understand Minecraft Dungeons. I think that makes 1,000 times more sense than Telltale Minecraft Story Mode. It's like, at least Minecraft Dungeons is like a dungeon crawler. You're at least fighting stuff. Wants to learn Mist. I don't think I want him to learn Mist. Prevent any of its stats from being cut for 5 turns. Yeah, I don't want that. Remember when Minecraft Story Mode was such a big deal back then? All the Minecraft YouTubers were pretty much playing it. I mean, yeah, they kind of had to. They were Minecraft people. It's like when FNAF World came out. It's like you think that FNAF people didn't play it because it was just because it was an RPG? Like, it was FNAF. They had to play it. Except Markiplier. I don't think Markiplier ever touched FNAF World. I could be wrong. Okay, he might have done like one video on it, but like I could not tell you if he ever actually played it. Commander Mars and Commander Jupiter. Sheesh, I should have done the fighting myself. Huh, you've toughened up, but you're no match for our boss. Barry, please heal me. Heh, my Pokemon are tough, right? I can get even tougher. But you know, that's it for us. We've hit the wall. Dawn, I'll help you with this. Yes! Thank you, Barry. Hey, Dawn, this is it. It's your show now. Okay, I don't know why I expected him to sit there and watch the rest of this unfold. Barry is physically incapable of sitting. It's very unfortunate. It has to do with his leg bones. Oh, Dialga, this is fantastic, beautiful. It's the creation of a new galaxy. Welcome, new galaxy! Speaking of Mario, it's the creation of a new galaxy, my new world. What? What? Oh. I'll just let their cries speak for themselves instead of going, pee! I think you just got denied. Weren't you the one who was telling me that emotions were all useless and stuff? The red chain. It crumbled away to nothing? But why? Why would Mistbrit, the Pokemon of Lake Verity, appear by your side? But never mind that. It's all destroyed. My galaxy is gone. I won't allow this. I will capture those 3 again and craft another red chain. But before I even think about that, I'm gonna completely crush you. I was hoping for a chance to save my game, but okay. Suddenly Cyrus creates Mario Galaxy. Yeah. Mario Galaxy 3 confirmed by Cyrus. You know, for as much as I was saying, like, I don't really care for Mario Galaxy, like, I would not be upset if they announced Mario Galaxy 3. I think it could be really cool if it, like considering how they handled I was gonna say just Odyssey. Like, Odyssey and Donkey Kong, because that's the same team. Odyssey and Donkey Kong Bonanza both are, like, incredible shows of how well those teams can create, like, made-up continents. Now, just imagine them doing that where instead of it being, like, a continent that you fly to in your hat ship or a new layer that you dig to, it's a planet. That would be awesome. Like Mario Odyssey, but instead of continents, it's planets. That would be amazing. Gyarados. I don't really have an answer to Gyarados, I suppose. I know water resists ice, so this is just gonna be neutral. Oh, you're 5 levels higher than me. But I'm gonna go for the Avalanche. Okay, well, time for me to explode from Giga Impact. Dang it. Alright, back to DDD. You know, I don't know if... Oh, right, water resists steel. Haha, you have to recharge. I actually don't know if they made Galaxy 3 if it would be like the first 2 games, or if it would be more like Mario Odyssey. Because, like, on the one hand, if they don't make it like the other games, is it really Mario Galaxy? But on the other hand, I think they have found a formula that really works. And it would be really cool if they just adapted that to Galaxy style. Or rather, adapted Galaxy to the Odyssey style. Instead of being just like a, you know, basically linear levels. Like, I know Galaxy has some leeway, but, like, it's still pretty linear. You know, going for more of an Odyssey thing, like, there's still linearity to it. Especially, you know, depending on the world. Like, the Woodland Kingdom, I think it was called. It is kind of linear. But, like, once you clear the story mode portion of it, and, like, you revisit it, it's opened up. You've opened up all the shortcuts and stuff, and you can just do whatever you want. Also, Earthquake. Ah! My weakness. Dang it. That's 2 of my Pokemon this Gyarados has taken out. Yeah, you better be scared. Cyrus is gonna use a potion, isn't he? No. Yeah, I feel like Galaxy style does depend on it being jumping from small planetoid to planetoid. So I would think, you know, I'm gonna keep entering. I would think that if they just made a space-themed Mario Odyssey, oh, I'm gonna lose 2 PP for this. But if it takes you out, it's worth it. Like, I feel like if they just made the planetoids bigger, you could successfully do an Odyssey-style Galaxy, but I feel like it would mean you would be jumping between planets less. And, like, they could still involve, multiple planets in the level design. Like, have one big planetoid, and then, like, you hop to different smaller ones for different sections of the level. I didn't catch which Pokemon. It's Crobat. I admit that you've pushed me to this extreme. Yeah, I feel like the less you're jumping between planets for a Galaxy game, the more Or the less it's satisfyingly Mario Galaxy, you know what I mean? But I don't know, I mean, the Odyssey format really enjoys pocket levels. I don't know if that's an official term, but that's what I think of them as. Where it's like you know, the hat doors. You go through a hat door, and now it's like its own section of, you know, entirely disconnected section of level. And Bonanza had those too. I think if you did that in an Odyssey-style Galaxy game, it could work. You know, you could have more sections where you're hopping between planets, but then also have your bigger sections, your sections where you're... Thanks! You could still have sections that are, like, designed around, like, just one planet, for example. Yeah, now I'm thinking about it, yeah, you could have the best of both worlds. You could be Hannah Montana in Galaxy 3 being an Odyssey-style game. Was that even in English? Yeah, I've kind of convinced myself. You use the pocket dimensions for, you know, pocket levels for areas where you're hopping between a bunch of small planets. And then the core of the game can still be like Odyssey, where it's one region. You know, just space-themed region instead of a continent. Please. Yes. Getting a critical hit would be sweet justice. Okay, well, I don't know what, like, why was that stronger? Wasn't the first hit like a third of his health, and that second hit was 2/3? I don't know what happened. I won't accept this. The power spoken of in mythology. It just didn't make it. It didn't obey me. It just doesn't make sense. He said something like that. What is truly the ultimate to you? What do you consider perfection? You know that board game where you take the pieces and you put them into the slots? But you gotta do it before the timer runs out or else it pops up. That's what I consider perfection. That probably made no sense if you don't know board games. I don't know if kids these days know that board game. The most important thing. What shines the brightest. Telling you is meaningless, but I will not give up. I will become a deity one day, and I will make the universe mine. Well, too bad the grunts disappeared, because I was about to look at them and be like, you hearing this guy? And you still think he's a good guy? You still think he's a cool dude to follow? He's a cult leader. No one who wants to become a god should become a god. I'm just saying. Dialga, the master of time. It is impossible to tell if it is enraged or saddened. But to me, Dialga appears to be waiting for you, Dawn. It seems to be challenging you to a test. Go on, Dawn. Face up to Dialga. Listen to its heart. Understand its thoughts. Dialga is out of control after being dragged out by the Red Chain and forced to use its power. Dialga seems to be entrusting you with stopping it. Dawn, I just ran into Barry. He said he believed in you, Dawn. I don't know why I find that funny. It's just like Barry doesn't like to sit still, so imagining him, you know, returning home, or wherever he's going next, after this fight against the Team Galactic, and he sees these guys, and he's like, I believe in Dawn! And he just keeps moving. He said that you could get the job done. I think so, too. You've got to help that Pokemon. And suffering from being dragged out by Team Galactic. Yeah, Rowan already said. Glad I got an opportunity to save. I don't suppose Rowan healed my Pokemon. He did not. That's okay. I have an opportunity to do it myself. I really, I don't need to be doing this because I'm just gonna use the Master Ball. I don't, like, after climbing all the way up here and fighting all those Team Galactic dudes, including the boss man himself, I'm not in the mood to try silly Pokeball options. I'm just going straight for the Master Ball. Here's a question. The stage that... The Smash Bros. Stage that features Palkia and Dialga, I guess it's this place, the Spirit Pillar, or whatever it's called. Is that the worst Pokemon stage? It's like, I know people, they have their thoughts about Poke Floats. I never liked Spirit Pillar. Or Spear Pillar? Spear or Spirit? Never liked it. I don't like the things that the god Pokemon do on that stage. It's annoying. It has the power to control time. It appears in Sinnoh region myths as an ancient deity. Give a nickname to Dialga? No. I don't remember if I've been nicknaming legendary Pokemon. Dawn, I don't know how... You were magnificent! Surely, you were incredible! I paid to win. I mean, I got the ball for free, but that's... The Master Ball is the pay-to-win equivalent of Pokeballs. Not that you don't have to pay for other Pokeballs. I've lived for 40 years, but I've never been thrilled like this. Since the last time... It keeps flip-flopping who's speaking here. Since the last time, the professor did a lot of research. He became very worried about you, Dawn, so he came out to a place as terrible as this. Dawn, I'm glad to see you're safe. Let's leave this place already. You don't have to take me by the hand. No one has the right to take away anyone's future or anyone's world. Yeah, that's... It's legally distinct murder is what it is. If you take away someone's world. Especially if destroying the world causes all life in it to end. Yeah, that's just straight up murder. That's just straight up universal genocide. I still have not been healed up yet, have I? Nope. Alright, this is one of those moments where I gotta, like, sure, experience points, but my Pokemon are tired. This is a moment where I gotta pull out an escape rope. Well, I'm not gonna find it in the medicine pouch. It's near the top, isn't it? There it is, escape rope. Excuse me, I'm hiccuping. Whee! You know, I was a little worried that this stream would end before I could do anything significant. Or that I would have only done, like, half the stuff I want to do. But actually, we got, like, an hour now. I can probably go to the next gym town now and probably beat it. My goal was to get to the, to Victory Road tonight. I think we're gonna make it. Granted, we're probably not gonna cross Victory Road, but I want to step foot on it. I got a ping on Discord. What is that? Oh, okay. I can look at that later. It's an art ping. Someone's pinging me for art they're sharing. You know, Let's put Poppet in the front now. She's gained some levels. She could probably do this. Take 2 at the journey to... I can't remember what the town is called. I want to say Sun Beach. That's probably not it. No, go through the grass. Or don't get encounters. Fine. See if I care. Geodude. I'm still amazed at how similar Gabite looks to Garchomp. Like, if you drew a Chibi Gabite, I would not be able to tell it's not Garchomp. If you stylized your Gabite drawing, I would just think it's Garchomp. Also, I don't know if I've seen who the next gym leader is. Nope, that's, where's the, show me badges. There it is. I don't know who the final gym is. I don't know what type they're gonna be. If they're gonna be electric, then that's gonna be amazing. Because, you know, knock on wood, I like to think Poppet could sweep. And if that's the case, then Queen Nai is getting the experience share again. I swear, I cannot get through that specific patch of grass without an encountering. Yeah, who's the low-leveled one now, Girafarig? Who's Giraffe now? Okay. We're at this town. The guy is gone. Whew. Route 22 time. I'm quite bored. Can you break the monotony? Or care to break the monotony? Ahaha! You see, I have a Gabite. Ganada Ganelf. Ganada Gnome. It's a Gabite. Yes, I realize I messed that up. I don't really care. Point is, it's Ganada Ganelf. Ganada Ganoblin. It's a gonna bite. Can't really put an N in there, huh? Owie? Also, you are 10 levels higher than me. Really, all the more reason that Poppet should stay in and win this fight. She could probably get like a whole level on her own if she wins. Come on, Poppet. Snap down of confusion. Get him! Good. Now just do it again. I'm already slower than you. Quit it. Yay! You did it, Poppet. That was not as much experience as I feel like that should have been. The monotony was broken, but... Oh yeah, also, I gotta go get items. I can't fly back to this town, can I? Well, not on Poppet's back. That's not happening. No. Technically, I'm not even in a town. Alright, it's not a long route, according to the map. I'll keep going. I'll heal Poppet. And there, we're good to go. Hello. After enjoying a meal at the hotel restaurant, one has a battle. That is a social etiquette. I'm just gonna go for Dragon Rage. Okay, you got more health than I expected. You're already faster than me. What are you doing? Oh, I was gonna say, does that work? Poppet is female too. Okay, well, back to Dragon Rage. I figured that Lopunny had good defenses because I had one in Legends Arceus. Oh, come on! Stop with the criticals! Fine, this experience goes to Queen Nai, because she also needs it. But I wasn't expecting Lopunny to be that bulky. It's like all things considered, a normal type isn't that bulky. Unless it's, like, specifically built like Snorlax, which I don't think Lopunny is. Enchanting. Antiquing? Okay, I don't know why I thought that wasn't going to be full health. But personally, I would rather just play with Pokemon than battle with them. Then do that. You don't have to battle. It's not a law. The only items you ever throw are Pokeballs. But is that true? So I was just thinking, like, oh, if I was editing, I could throw in the Vsauce music. But is that true? I want people to think about that. That's why I give away the technical machine Fling. Using that move, the Pokemon hurls whatever item it's holding at the foe. The move's effect depends on what the item is hurled. On what item is hurled. Remember, the move Fling fails if the Pokemon isn't holding anything. Or does it? Who's there? What do you think you're doing? Walking? You know, normally I don't like science content that is like, everything you know is wrong. I like Vsauce. That's good content. Because he's not doing it to be like, look, I'm smarter than you. He's like, hey, here's a thing I just found out. It's definitely coming from more of a place of enthusiasm. But like, man, I used to follow. Well, I was gonna say some science YouTubers. I think it was just one. But just became so often he had that same kind of like, actually, you don't know the science because the science is actually this. I just don't vibe with that kind of science talk. It's like, I get it's fun to be like, hey, did you know? That thing you know is actually incorrect. But sometimes science YouTubers can just be so... Or science spokespeople in general, I think. It's not just specifically YouTubers who like talking science. Sometimes the scientists themselves talk about stuff in a way that's like, oh, great. You have to be condescending about it. I should not have stayed out from a choke. Whatever, we're rolling with it. Oh, right, you resist dark. But not very well. No, well, not if it's a critical hit. I mean, it is, you do if it's critical hit, but kind of not. It did good. Ah! Ah! Great. Fine, I'll get you with an Ade. Stop knocking out my Pokemon. Like, I really don't like when scientists are like, oh yeah, we definitely in a simulation. Because if you look at the mathematics, if you follow this calculation, that means that actually we're in a simulation. It's like, okay. Oh, I remember I do watch a couple of science YouTubers currently, because I do watch Veritasium. But yeah, I don't like the ones where it's like, oh, we're living in a simulation because statistically, it's most likely that based on how many times you fall asleep and wake up, then statistically you're bound to one day wake up and not realize that you're in a simulation. Actually, wait, let me see what Momento does. Oh wait, that's the one where I lose. That's the one where I die, isn't it? User faints upon using this move in return. It sharply lowers it. Yeah, I don't want that. I mean, like, sharply lowering attack and special attack, I guess, is good. But I don't want to sacrifice a Pokemon to do it. Although I am thinking, like, do I really need Payback and Feint Attack? Or Night Slash, whichever it was. I can also use this, like self-destruct as like a, well, I'm gonna die anyway kind of move. But also, like, the fact that it's sharply lower, that's only 2 stages. Is that really gonna make that much of a difference on a sacrifice play? I'm gonna say no to Momento. I happen to be rather jumpy, so everyone looks suspiciously to me. Everyone looks suspicious to me. I'm easy to scare, and yet here I am on patrol. Funny how things go. Ugh, more people. I gotta heal. So much for this being a short route. I need revives! If I run out of revives, then I have no choice but to go back and get more. Although I have a feeling if I do that, then it's going to be like, oh man, you were 2 steps from the town. Why did you go home? Oh, we'll ride upon the sea in a boat, just you and me. That's the way of the sailor. Way of the sailor. Sing it! No, you need to give me a melody first. Also, I don't want to sing. Yeah, I think I've already talked plenty about how I really don't agree with the idea like, oh, well, eventually we'll build a simulation. Eventually we'll build the Matrix, so therefore, you're probably already in it and don't realize it. Like, first of all, what if I just say no to getting in the Matrix? What if I just say no thank you? Doesn't that automatically defeat the idea of like, oh, you're probably in it right now? Now, granted, there is like the Rick and Morty bit where it's like you're playing an arcade game, and then when you stop playing, you're like, wait, where am I? What was I doing? I thought I was an entirely different person. Like, then why would we? I don't know. What would the point to a simulation be to be an entirely different person who wouldn't get in a simulation? Your Pokemon, they're good looking. Or they're looking good. He's not attracted to my Pokemon. That's not a thing. You ought to think about becoming a sailor yourself. It's been great to be able to visit different places around the world. What if I get seasick? Look at my Pokemon. It's really cool. I've also heard some similar science people say that, like, oh, free will doesn't exist. Because, scientifically, like, blah, blah, blah. Like, well, way to be a downer. Science doesn't have to be so cynical, you know. Oh, great. Thanks for also confusing me. Like, I get the argument that, like, I don't really believe everything science says. I suppose that's true. I mean, it's good to have skepticism and whatnot. Like, I get the argument for there not being free will because of like, oh, well, technically there's no free will because you don't get to choose, your preferences. So technically you're not making choices yourself because those choices are determined by the personality that you didn't get to choose, or whatever. I feel like that's just more of like a aha kind of, I gotcha, I'm correct, because, actually, you know what I mean? Like, okay, yeah, well, technically, I didn't choose who I am, but, free will is in being able to pick between A or B for no discernible reason other than you felt like picking the option you felt like picking. Regardless of whether or not I chose to be the kind of person who would pick B over A, I still picked B over A, therefore, free will. No one is forcing me to be streaming right now, but I chose to do it. Whether or not I chose to be the kind of person who likes video games, wow, I had to hold on tight to my inner tube. Like, that's a different story. But I used my free will that I have of the person that I am to decide, yeah, I'm gonna stream video games. Pools are okay, but I like the sea because Pokemon live there. Oh, that's nice. I like pools because there aren't fish in them. Stop going into the Pokemon tab. That's not where you heal. Or at least I don't think you can in this game. I know later games you can do like recover. Oh yeah, item. Oh wait, no, that's give or take. Never mind. Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah. No. Excuse me. It takes both brains and brawn when you're out at sea. Aye, it's not an easy life, the sailor's life. Easy job, the sailor's life. I definitely do not envy professional sailors. They do have a lot of hard work to do and don't get a lot of sleep and stuff. I've seen Deadliest Catch. I know how much it sucks. Being one of those guys. Not the show. The show is fine. Being on it? Yeah, no. Would rather not. Being a... I want to say Alaskan crab fisher, because I feel like just saying crab fisher isn't correct. Is it like... I want to say ice crab? That doesn't sound right either. You know, being a crabber. Being one of those people. Like, no thanks. I would die. Gastrodon. I don't remember what type you are. You're a weird thing that isn't fire. You know, it's funny. I was thinking about using Sandstorm. Also, I know I've talked about this before, but like the thing about science is that sometimes we change our understandings of things. So I think it's silly to think like, oh, because science says this right now, that means it's the absolute truth forever. It's like, no, sometimes further study does change how, changes our understanding. Granted, I don't think science should be completely disregarded just because sometimes it's not the full truth. But, just consider the fact that back before Galileo, people thought the Earth was the center of the universe. And Galileo was laughed at for thinking otherwise. And then he proved them wrong. Or maybe not. I don't know if Galileo necessarily was able to prove it in his lifetime, but eventually we proved him correctly. Proved him correct. I saw my timer was at 0 and was like, did I stop being live? No, for some reason OBS has 2 different displays for times, for like uptime. One for stream uptime, and then to the right of that is the recording uptime. Which I guess is because you can be streaming and recording at the same time. But I saw that and was like, it's at 0s! When did I stop being live? Someone with free will has the ability to change course whenever they want. Like, I one day decided I never want to play competitive games like Halo and Splatoon again and put less focus on gaming and more focus on art. So I'd say with free will... So I'd say I, with free will, decided to change course on what I actually want to do. Yeah, exactly. Okay, Poppet should switch. I did not read who is coming, but we'll have Anata handle it. Yeah, I think just because technically you don't get to choose who you are, like, that doesn't mean there's no free will. Right, just flamethrower. Yeah, free will, regardless of whether or not you get to decide who you are, you do get to decide. I was gonna say if you stay who you are. I mean, kind of. Like yeah, like you said, you're playing competitive video games and then you decided, actually, I'm gonna focus on art. That's free will. Okay, that's a funny animation. You know, if you didn't have free will, then yeah, you would have stuck playing competitive games. Glub, glub, glub. Also, if you want to get real technical, free will is the ability to choose between good and evil. The fact that evil exists proves free will. Because if there was no free will, then we would just be good the whole time. If you were to become a sailor, I'm sure you would make a good one. I just said I would die. No, thank you. You know, so there are some people who don't believe in free will and then they decide, oh, I can't change anything in my life, and then they just submit to things being terrible. You know, that's... They gave up their free will. Their ability to try to change. Yo, fellow trainer. Your Pokemon are secure inside their Pokeballs, but there's no masking that aura of serious toughness. Oops, sorry, I should introduce myself. Name's Flint. I'm one of the Pokemon League's Elite Four. I just had an idea. Maybe you can pull it off. It's about this town's gym leader. He's really lost his enthusiasm lately because there's been so few good challengers worth his time. He's been so bored, he spends all his time renovating the gym. And then the blackout happened. That sure didn't help lift his mood. You know where I'm going with this, don't you? I need you to give him a battle that's so hot it will reignite his passion for battling. I almost thought that was Lucas in front of us. I'm counting on you, Hotshot. I did it. I'm at town. Oh, I remember this town. I don't know if it's in this game or, like, they redo it in another game, but I think this bridge is, like, a solar panel road. Or something like that. I remember Chugga mentioning something about it. He had like, a specific thing he wanted to say about it in his Let's Play. Feel like it was solar panels. Okay, hang on a second. Had to turn on the fan. Oh yeah, can I buy items? It's pretty important that I do that. I really needed to remember. Hmm, 21. Revive. I need a lot. I haven't really used status restoring. So, I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. No, don't go back to mine! And then you're the one who sells mail, right? Oh, good, I can buy a luxury ball. Luxury Shao. Excuse me. Okay, now where is the gym? What? Jasmine? My name is Jasmine, and I'm a gym leader. Oh, I'm sorry, not the gym leader of this town. I'm a gym leader in the Johto region. It would be nice if you knew about the Johto region. I mean, if you don't have the gym badge, you'll be forced to turn back. Okay, Jasmine is just here for some reason. And where's the gym? Where's the blacksmith? Yeah, here's another argument in favor of free will. Oh, Thunderstone. Don't need that. You know, free will is the difference between seeing something that makes you angry and staying angry, and seeing something that makes you angry and going, okay, I need to calm down. I need to breathe. I need to step away. I should not stay here and be angry. Like really, that's what free will is. And regardless of whether or not you get to pick what makes you angry, or when you remember that, oh yeah, wait, hang on, being angry is bad. Let me stop reading this thing that makes me angry. Sure, debatably is not free will, but being able to having that, you know, having that option at all is the free will. Yo, hiya. He hasn't come back yet. When he does, you know what you've got to do. Given the battle is so hot, it'll reignite his passion for battling. I'm counting on you, Hotshot. Where did he go? It's time. I beat the bad guys. I have. This is the last place. What are you making me wait for? I find it funny how they have a shopkeeper dedicated to just selling mail. What is he in here? See the seal merchant there? You didn't have the seals I wanted today. Maybe tomorrow, I guess. You see that son of a jerk right over there? His shop didn't have what I wanted. Tomorrow, maybe. Like, who does that? Yeah, I'm just gonna stand outside GameStop and be like, hey, you see that store? They don't sell GameCube games anymore. Maybe tomorrow. The city makes me feel at home somehow. It's nice to... It's next to the sea, and there's a lighthouse. Only if you don't have the gym badge, you'll be forced to turn back. Do I need to go this way to find the gym leader? Oh, great. Water battles. Level 45 Perliber. Okay. I'm looking at the guide. Okay, there's a part telling me I can go to Scholastic Town to get the other Pokemon, the other box legendary. No thanks, I'm good. I was gonna look at the stream capture to pick my next move again. Stockpile, okay. Probably won't matter because I'm using Dragon Rage. You find Flint standing outside the gym. He informs you that Bane's not returning. Vista Lighthouse is located in the southeast side of the city. Step to reach the elevator. Okay, I think that's where I gotta go. Ow. That was some good experience, though. Oh, Bob Saget! I don't remember when last time I shouted that. I think that was in a Five Nights at Freddy's video. It's a reference to the... There was a viral video of someone with Tourette's, and that was their tick, was when they were upset, they would just shout Bob Saget. Who fight? Oh! It's like, who fight Poison? Oh, right, Dead Ringer, who's not here. Okay, I'll just switch to Ender. She'll be fine. cleaning some dirt from under my fingernails. Yeah, just hit him with aerial ace. You'll win. In a couple of turns. You know, I just realized I never really got into, like, when I was talking about Telltale games, I never really got into why I don't like zombie settings. I can expand on that. I feel like a lot of zombie settings just do the same things over and over. And I think the Walking Dead games... Ooh, Dragon Claw! I think the Walking Dead games do exactly this. Okay, this is so that's 40. Oops, no, not the back arrow. Don't give up on Dragon Claw. Forget a move. But how much damage is Dragon Claw? 80! Twice as powerful as Dragon Rage. Granted, it's also subject to defenses and type effectiveness. But as long as I'm not attacking something that's steel type, it'll be good. And also has more PP, so cool. Yeah, get out of here, Dragon Rage. It's not a bad move, but, like, I would just rather my dragon move be something really strong. That also can be super effective to be even more strong. Yeah, I feel like The Walking Dead has the zombie formula, like, just on repeat. Where it's like, oh no, it's some strangers. We can't trust strangers. And then either you can, because actually they're nice, or they rob you. Whoa! And then, like, you know, they get you to, you know, if you encounter new people and then they're nice and cool, zombies will eat them, and then you're supposed to be sad about it. Because the only reason zombie settings ever have nice characters is so that they can kill them off and make you feel bad about it. Because of course, the terrible people that you're rooting to lose, you know, to die to zombies, they'll never die to zombies. They will just live forever. Because that's how zombie settings work. They thrive on you being mad that someone isn't dead and sad that someone is dead. Zombies are overused by now. Yeah, there was definitely a zombie boom. And now people are tired of them. You know something that hit a boom that needs to come back? Cowboys. Bring back Cowboys. We thought it was gonna happen with Red Dead 2, and then it didn't happen. But yeah, I feel like every zombie thing ever is just like, oh no, we're gonna get robbed. Oh no, zombies are gonna eat us. Oh no, not Dave, he was such a nice person. Oh no, he got eaten. And then just repeat until the story ends. Whoops. Right, I'm supposed to be looking for the lighthouse. Or whatever it was called. I think it's a lighthouse. But also looks like a castle. Or maybe it's a lighthouse. I don't know. I think I was looking at Platinum's guide. You know, I can at least give The Last of Us credit for trying to have plot beyond, oh no, zombies, we gotta go, we gotta leave. And then just be in a constant loop of finding new people and then having people die and then finding new people. And then having, oh no, the zombies are here, we gotta find a new shelter. So you're the last challenger up against the latest challenger up against the Sunny Shore Gym. Alright, I've decided. If I find you to be weak, I'm going to challenge the Pokemon League. I'm all done with renovating the gym, so I don't need to be here. More than anything, I'm gonna have battles that can thrill me again. As the toughest gym leader in Sinnoh, I'm gonna unleash everything in my arsenal on you. He's got blonde hair, so can I assume he's electric? And even if on like a critical level, The Last of Us 2 is kind of a narrative failure. At least if we're talking like syncing up with the gameplay, you know, the little narrative dissonance thing. It at least wasn't another story of like, ah, zombies, we gotta leave. Ah, new people. Oh no, Dave, not Dave. Right, we're all healed up, right? He's finally come back. He's feeling upbeat too. I have a hunch that he recognized your toughness right away. I bet he's getting excited over the thought of battling you. Remember what you have to do, Hotshot. Give him a battle that's so hot. It will yeah, you stop repeating yourself. All right, Hotshot, I'll be waiting at the Pokemon League. I don't need to talk to that guy. It's obviously an electric gym. Whoa! You're gonna have it like that, which lets me leave, and then... Oh. Oh, like that, and then that lets me get on this. There we go. I can puzzle. Can you make it to the gym leader? You sure now? You're just a kid. Littler than me. Dragon Claw? How about a Dragon Claw? You want Dragon Claw? You took that pretty well. Great. You know, I just had a thought. Zombies are kind of like the country music of genres, of visual genres. I feel like at this point everyone feels about zombies the same way people tend to feel about country music. A lot of people don't like country music. And it's not that country music is bad, but there was a lot of samey country music. The gears spin round and round, I spin down and out. I gotta go heal. So I don't think zombies are a bad genre. It's just full of stories that are the same thing with no innovation. Just like country music, there's a lot of songs about beer and trucks. Which may or may not be actually true. I don't know. I don't listen to country music because a lot of it is about beer and trucks. Like, I like The Devil Went Down to Georgia. That's a good country song. Give me more songs like that. Sure, I'll listen to country. Just leave out the beer and trucks. I don't need that. Actually, I want to say Devil Went Down to Georgia is more like country folk. That may not be a correct description, but I feel like folk is the word there. The defining thing that keeps it from being just about beer and trucks. But yeah, zombies are like the same thing. It's just like, ah, death and betrayal. Oh, look, a new zombie story. Ah, death and betrayal. Really, I don't like any genre that primarily thrives on betrayal. It's like, yeah, okay, whatever, I don't care. It's just overly dramatic. This is the toughest gym in Sinnoh. That's why I'm here, to learn the best battle techniques around. It's another kid. What do kids have to do with electricity? Does this game not have like the engineer trainer class where they're like, you know, guys who work on electrical equipment? Or at least the rock stars. Did I not fight a rock star in this game? Ow! Stop critically hitting Poppet! Come on! I'm mad. That's what I think of you, Mr. Mime. Okay. Flash. Have Night Slash. Oh wait, I keep mixing up Night Slash and Feint Attack. Feint Attack can't miss. Night Slash can, but it didn't. You're tough. Yeah? But that's why I'm here. You just showed me that there's still lots I need to learn. The world of Pokemon is deep. They were too lazy to just draw one more trainer class for Electric. No, but that's what I'm saying. Don't they have those in this game? I'm pretty sure I fought a guitarist. Man, it is going to be annoying leaving to heal every time. Yeah, going back to the topic of genres, like, I don't think I tend to care about tropes. Like, I like superhero movies. I know people have started to notice and get bored of superhero movie tropes. I don't really care. I will still watch a superhero movie. You know, I am looking forward to seeing the new Spider-Man. I don't care if it's just another Spider-Man. I want to watch Spider-Man. I gotta get around watching the new Superman movie as well. I heard it's really good. Oh, shoot. I moved because I thought I had to spin it more, and then I went the wrong way, so I couldn't cancel it. Like, you know, they can remake Spider-Man as much as they want. I will keep watching it, because I like Spider-Man. I don't care if it's got the same setup every time. Spoilers, the setup is that Uncle Ben dies. I want to win. I challenge... Yeah, see, here we go. He's a guitarist. I want to win. That desire makes my Pokemon a star. I guess he was supposed to be singing. See, the problem with superhero movies isn't the tropes. The problem is not iterating on those tropes. Because if you just use the tropes raw, I was gonna try to make a food analogy, but then I realized, oh wait, I don't know cooking. Just don't do them raw. It's like chicken. Don't do it raw. There's your cooking analogy. It's like you gotta build on the tropes, because technically everything is built on tropes. Nothing is wholly original. There's always tropes. It's what you do with those tropes and how you build on them. That's the part that makes it fun. That's why Spider-Man, you know, that's why the good Spider-Man movies are the good ones. We couldn't win. No encores for us. It's because they do a good job with the tropes. The trainers desire to win. If you don't lose to that, or if you don't lose that, there's no limit on what you can become. It's been a while since I've seen you. Pokemon fan! Or Pokemaniac? Look at the way I'm dressed. Can't you see that I'm hardcore? Aren't you just a child in a onesie? Yeah, you're just... Can't you see that I'm hardcore? I feel like my attempt at a child voice just sounded more like a woman voice, but whatever. I tried. Okay. You're already faster. I have a negative speed nature. Oh, there we go. Now I'm the one dishing out the one-shot critical hits. Remember when I thought Poppet was gonna sweep if this gym was electric? I'm a physical movie/TV show collection, so I can watch what I want even if the internet is crashing. Yeah, that's fair. It's interesting how there's like, you know, at one point it was cool to have a lot of digital stuff. It was cool and convenient, and now that companies are being crappy about it, well, now they've been for a while, but people are getting sick of that. So now people want physical media again. But now it's the point where companies are like, we could just do all digital. It'll still sell. Forgetting that like people like physical because they get to control when they watch and not have to be worried about if it gets taken down because they lost a license to it. Invader Zim. Or sorry, Netflix. It wasn't Invader Zim's fault that Netflix lost the rights and stopped having it available. Has every Pikachu I've seen been female? I guess Pikachu doesn't have a lot of health. Another Pikachu. Another Q. A third Q. And the Batman symbol. I feel like I could get on a whole tangent about... Like, I'm still thinking about superheroes. I could probably get on a whole tangent about how, like, there's a reason that, like, Spider-Man and Batman are still around, still getting remade. Even, like, well, I was gonna say 100 years. I don't know that it's been 100 years. At least 50, right? I was being serious. Don't laugh at me. I mean it. Sorry, but it is funny. You're just a little child in a Pikachu onesie, and you're like, I'm hardcore. I don't think we've seen a bored Pikachu ever. I guess it's because every time we see a Pikachu, it's one of these Pikachu cosplayers, and they are girls, so their Pikachu just match that, because trainers Pokemon. I don't know if regular trainers, but I think gym leaders at least tend to have their Pokemon gender match. Yeah, I want to have that tangent about, like, oh, there's a reason Superman and Spider-Man is still getting remade. And Batman. I think that's a topic that's too smart for me. It's something I'm not educated enough to be able to actually talk on, you know, actually speak on to much effect. But, like, yeah, it is to be said. They're still around for a reason. Sure, the tropes, but they're good tropes. You notice there's a pattern with Superman, Spider-Man, and Batman being like the three biggest superheroes ever. They've got some traits in common, and I think is why they are some of the most widely beloved superheroes. And it's not a revolutionary train of thought. I'm not gonna blow your mind by making you realize that they have these traits in common, but I do think it's cool how, like, Batman, Superman, Spider-Man, you know one thing they all have in common? They don't kill people because they value everyone's lives, even the villains. Can you stop? I don't want to shout more because it's 11:22 p.m., but can you stop getting critical hits and knocking out my Gabite? Jeez! No, Queen Knight. She needs experience. Yeah, I think the fact that those characters don't kill does make them more compelling than the average character. Not that every other superhero is like, oh yeah, I definitely kill. But the fact that specifically those three have it woven into their characters so strongly, and does tend to be a point of contention in their narratives. My skills seem to have let me down. I must be out of tune. You knocked down my Gabite. Raichu was ready to rumble. Yeah, but joke's on him. I don't have a rumble pack in. Also, I think point of contention was the wrong words there, but you know what I mean. It causes friction in their stories. You know, never forget that Batman has an entire iconic comic. I mean, I guess it was just a standalone. Oh, that's the wrong thing. I think it was a standalone issue. It was just one issue. But never forget, Killing Joke is extremely iconic, and it is entirely about the fact that Batman doesn't kill, and is an example of, you know, maybe the Joker should die. But Batman refuses because that's who he is. I'm not just looking for tough trainers to battle. I've been battling here because I want to feel the rush. Well, I guess the vibe in here is pretty electric. But also, in addition to the no-killing rule, you know, kind of tangentially, you know, it's like a connected part to that, is that they think everyone's lives matter. So that means that no one is insignificant to any of those three big superheroes. Oh, sure, now you're gonna critical. At least you're not taking the critical hit. It's like, that's one of the most fun parts about Spider-Man specifically. Like, Superman, you know, it's obviously a big part of his character too. He's, you know, the big blue Boy Scout. He's pretty known to helping old ladies get cats out of trees and stuff, being very wholesome. But I feel like that's really evident in Spider-Man specifically. Especially if you play the Insomniac games. Okay, bye! Because you may have heard of the fun fact of how, if you're not in combat and you're just walking around on the streets, if you press the attack button, Spider-Man will actually like wave to people and give them like thumbs up and finger guns and stuff. That's such a Spider-Man thing. Like, sure, any superhero could do that, but like, that's a fine. Bye. Hello. Goodbye. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. But yeah, it's such a Spider-Man thing to include in that game. You know, the scene in like Spider-Man 2, the Sam Raimi one. I think that was Spider-Man 2. You know, he's trying to stop the train and he loses his mask. And then like all the people on the train are like, "Don't worry, we won't tell anyone." That's why Spider-Man is so good. I guess that's kind of like the inverse of what I was saying about like Spider-Man caring about the people. But because he cares about the people care about him. He's a good example to the people. Don't listen to J. Jonah Jameson. He's an idiot who's wrong. Spider-Man's not a menace. He's a good influence. And I remember there's a scene from one of the Batman cartoons. I think it's Batman the Animated Series. Where it's like... I don't know the full context. I have not seen that episode. You're probably thrilling. I'm thrilled down to my toes. But are you thrilled up to the top of your head, too? I'm so glad that there are Pokemon. There isn't much else that gives me the thrill that Pokemon do. Like, there's a scene of Batman, like, just sitting and talking with one of the villains. Which I think was a child. I think it was like an evil child. You know what? You have upgraded to Hyper Potions. You have enough health for that. But, you know, just sitting and talking and just, like, helping... Pretty much helping that villain talk through their problems rather than just punching them in the face and throwing them in jail. That's why Batman is great. Because he's got that utility belt, and one of the things on that belt is talking to people. Like, just treating them like a human being. Even if they have a crocodile for a face. That's not a good example. I know Killer Croc is never negotiable. He's never in the mood for negotiating. But if he was, Batman would do it. Spark! This is what our gym leader did to the gym out of boredom. Oh, also, I remember there is a scene, I think it's in, like, one promotional material for the new Superman movie that came out, I feel like it was a year ago by now, maybe 2. But that Superman movie, where, you know, there's an explosion, and then they show in, like, slow motion the rubble, like, it's about to hit a child, and then you see him, like, shield the child from the rubble. That's the stuff that makes me love superheroes, you know? Not just like, oh, Superman, he's invincible, he's super fast, he can do it. No, the fact that he went out of his way to save a child. I mean, granted, I suppose children tend to get priority when it comes to who superheroes protect. But, you know, it's the little thing that shows, like, you know, no one is too insignificant for Superman to save. I think that's what a lot is. I think that's, you know, when superheroes get a bad rep, I think that's when... I think that's what's missing. Is you know, that human element. That's when superheroes stop being cool. You know, I like Watchmen, but there are a lot of superhero parodies that try to do the Watchmen thing that forget that, like, oh, wait, here... The reason people like superheroes is not because they're powerful. It's because they're cool. It's because they are nice. It's that they save people. Dang it. Well, at least it wasn't a critical hit this time. I needed to go out and heal anyway, so... fine. And actually, I think there's two ways that superheroes, you know, if you were to make a new superhero movie, here's 2 ways to make it good. I'll hold on thought. Spark. We were lacking energy. No, we lacked more than that. We didn't want to win. We didn't want the win enough. The gym leaders weren't the... Oh, come on. I think if I spin this enough times, I can get to him. Never mind. Hang on, let me go. Let me get out. Let me leave. Wait, huh? How do I get out? I'm trapped. I have to assume if I continue, I can leave. Oh, wait, this spins everything, doesn't it? Let me try this. Oh, wait. This? Okay, there we go. Now I can leave. Yes, two things to make your superhero good. One, remember that saving people is cool. And two, it doesn't matter how powerful or unpowerful your superhero is. It's their actions that's the cool part. It's the scenarios, I guess. And there we go. And I'm gone. Because I was just thinking about how, like, some people don't like Superman because he's overpowered. But, like, there are good things you can do with I've been on this tangent before. There are good things you could do with Superman, and it doesn't matter that he's super powerful. Because you know who isn't super powerful? All the people that he likes to protect. The easiest way to endanger Superman isn't to shoot at him or throw big things. It's to endanger people. You think Kryptonite's his only weakness, but it's people. That's another. His compassion, that's a weakness. It's a good weakness to have, but it's a weakness you can exploit. You don't need Kryptonite. Just a gun. Just point a gun at a normal person. There you go. There's Superman is Kryptonite. Granted, he will probably just use his laser eyes to shoot the gun out of your hand, but still, point remains. If you were smarter than just pointing a gun at a person. You know, that's why the Joker is such a good rival to Batman, is because the Joker creates all those death traps. And, like, Batman's got no choice but to get people out of those death traps. And there we go. Alright, we're almost done here. I hope. What happens if I walk into this? Nothing. I don't walk into it, I walk under it. Okay, makes sense. What? Since when did that make things spin twice? Okay. I guess red buttons always did that and I didn't pay attention. But what does blue do? Green does once. What was blue doing? Does it do the other way? Excuse me. Wow, I'm surprised you came this far, but you'll have to turn back. There wasn't any chance that you could ever beat me. No, I think the chance is non-zero. Steel's not great for Poppet. It's not a weakness, but you resist what I got, so I'm going to give this over to DDD. Also, I forgot Dead Ringer. Again. It's fine. We'll be fine without him. There I go again, gendering him. There are they. I guess misgendering. I was thinking gendering because, like, he has no gender, so by calling them he, I'm giving them a gender? No, their gender is that they don't have one. So they have a gender. It's that they're neither. I'll let Inada... Yeah, Inada handle this. Medicham, right? I'm going to assume that you're going to be faster than me, so I'm going to use payback. Okay, well, you didn't hit me. It's good for me. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, like, things that make Superman fun are the situations he gets put into. Like, you know why Lex Luthor is such a great threat for him? It's because he can't just punch Lex Luthor. He has to outsmart Lex Luthor, but Lex Luthor is also smart. People like to act like Superman is dumb. Superman isn't dumb. There are just smarter people than Superman. Ow. But yeah, easy way to make Superman not OP. What makes your Pokemon so special? Okay, Circus Baby. I think was the one who said that line. As a challenger, you're a tough one. You're one tough trainer. So now I hit this. And then I go along that. Puzzle puzzle solved. Alright. I'll use my last Paralyze heal on Inade. Congratulations! Yeah, putting Superman in situations where it doesn't matter how powerful he is, that's how you make him interesting. Now, I think that's another thing that superhero parodies tend to not think about. Is like, oh yeah, OP characters can be fun. Alright, Challenger. It's not often, but some trainers manage to come and challenge me. But they've all been boring battles. I didn't break a sweat beating them. I'm Volkner, the gym leader. They say I'm the top gym leader in Sinnoh, but... Anyway, I guess we better get this battle done. I think I inserted a word there. I hope you're the trainer who will make me remember how fun it is to battle. So, this guy is also like Superman, or more accurately, like Saitama, the One Punch Man. That's how you make a superhero interesting. Make the One Punch Man. That is, see, the One Punch Man is a great superhero parody because it's actually saying something about the genre and actually has something it wants to do. And isn't just being like, superheroes, aren't they dumb? Like, no, it's actually taking a superhero and being like, hey, stop with the criticals. Taking superheroes and being like, hey, what if the superhero stopped finding being a superhero exciting because he got too powerful and won too easily? So he's just looking for one fight that is actually a challenge for him. I really need to watch more One Punch Man. I've only seen the first season. Okay, well, at least it wasn't critical. Thanks. You're probably gonna potion too, so I'm gonna potion. I will super potion. Oh, you didn't. Great, now I'm in a heal loop. Okay, I think I can survive one more hit. God. No! Okay, do I have... What are they called again? Full... HP and heals status problems of a single Pokemon. I only have one of these, but I'm pretty sure I can buy more of these eventually. So I'm using this. It is what we call a certified dogs moment. Fortunately, now I'm just gonna hit a break again. I don't know if you're gonna put that light screen back up, but I'm gonna Sandstorm. I'm just gonna see what this does for me. Okay, you're not. Okay, good. Now maybe Poppet will get some evasion going. I don't know how much her ability raises her evasion by, but hopefully it's enough that I won't take this next incoming hit. What? The Sandstorm was enough to put you into healing range? Of course, now you put it back up. It's like you're reading my inputs or something. At least you're getting chip damage. Dang it! Another hitting. Getting hit by Sandstorm again is not gonna knock the Raichu out. However, I guess that didn't need to be a Hyper Potion. That could have been super, but I've got money. And I would like to avoid losing it. So, I don't mind popping a Hyper Potion when I don't really need to. Yeah, of course you're brick breaking now. So the only thing you can do is brick break a light screen. Because I bet your other moves are electric. Oh yeah, did it do agility? I think it did a stack of agility. Oh sure, now it's critical. Luck has not been in my favor in like any time tonight, really. Octillery. Is that just water? I don't think Poppet needs to keep fighting. She's good now. Let's have Inade fight. Inade is not tapped up on health. Oops. Well, I will say, Faulkner has certainly given me a challenge when the past several gym leaders have been pretty easy. So I guess we're both getting what we wanted here. Not saying I wanted it to get harder, but... Ow. Great. Multi-hit. I love it. I do like that Octillery can learn Bullet Seed. It does feel kind of thematic, since Octillery kind of is supposed to, you know, be an evolution of a gun, of the gunfish. It's supposed to be like a tank. See the big red flame. Hang on. I see the big red flamethrower button and I want to hit it, but it's Octillery. It's resistant to fire. Are you faster than me? I think you are. I'm gonna do payback. Never mind. Charge beam? You missed. Also, very nice of the Sandstorm to have subsided before sending out Inade. Good, it was good timing. No critical on that one. Hello, Bullet Seed, otherwise known as takes way too long and is not doing very much. I think I've got you next turn. Actually, you're probably gonna heal. I'm gonna go for another Toxic, just in case. No, he does. He's not gonna have full restores, is he? Never mind. I'm gonna knock you out. Okay. Ambipom. There was an app for that. I'm gonna assume that it's gonna start with, what's the name of that move that makes you, like, it does very little damage, but if it's the first move, it'll make you flinch. So I'm gonna go for a quick attack. I do a little bit of chipping first. You're apparently not gonna do that, so thank you. Agility, okay. I don't know if that'll make you faster than me, but you can try. I don't know if it'll matter, because I have close combat. Okay, you are faster than me. Oh yeah, I forgot, I'm in the electric gym, and flying doesn't like electric. Oops. Well, that's exactly what I wanted Ender to do, so we're good. What's your last Pokemon? A little nervous. A little bit. Luxray. I'll go Nade. Here it comes. Get ready for my trump card. Okay, that missed. Final wave. Isn't it weird that Anade went first? It's probably not gonna now, but isn't it weird that at least before he was paralyzed, he was faster than a Luxray that's higher level than him? That doesn't feel right. Aren't electric type Pokemon supposed to specialize in speed? Great. Yeah, there we go. Get him with the Toxic. Okay, so I know two of your moves. You've got Charge Beam. You've got Thunder Wave. Poppet would be immune to both of those. What else do you have? Do you have anything in case of ground? Thunder Fang. That's 3 moves. I might just be able to switch to Poppet and just stall this out. I'm gonna see what happens. Don't you have Ice Fang or something crazy like that? Doesn't affect me. If you have anything ice, I'm going to try on an array of clothes. You know, become Mike Tyson's agent. Don't ask me what that means, because I don't know either. Crunch. Okay. Oh, come on, not the defenses. Okay, Poppet's probably not stalling this out. Barry, okay, yeah. Makes sense. I don't want Poppet feigning. I want her to get full experience. I guess I'll go back to Anade. See what happens. Are you gonna crunch? Yeah, you crunch. You know what I could do? It's probably gonna be like, you resist crunch. Shocking, I didn't see this coming. The game is probably gonna say, okay, Anade is resistant to dark, so use electric. So what I could do is I can keep switching between Poppet and Anade, and keep like, oh, it's immune to dark. Let me use electric. Oh, you're switching to a Pokemon that's immune to electric? Oh, oops. Well, next turn, I'll just use my dark move. Oh, you're switching again? It's probably not gonna work. But I could do it. I could try. But let me heal Anade first. It would be super cool if Luxray is not in healing range, but is in range for Toxic to kill it. Yes! Super cool! You've got me beat. Your desire and the noble way your Pokemon battle for you. I even felt thrilled during our match. It was a very good battle. That's the most fun I've had in a battle since I don't know when. This also made me excited to know you and your team will keep battling to greater heights. This is your 8th gym badge. You've earned this. Alright, now where do I get Waterfall? That beacon badge lets you use the hidden move Waterfall even when you're not in battle. Waterfall happens to be the key if you're going to the Pokemon League. Also, because you've collected all the gym badges, any Pokemon at any level will now obey you without fail. I want you to take this too. I hope Poppet can learn it. That would be cool. It's Charge Beam. It may raise the special attack if it lands. It's pretty hot. Okay, yeah, I do not have Waterfall. What? Wasn't it in the 70s? Hey, wait, hang on. Oh, I thought Poppet could learn that. You can. Stealth Rock? No. Shadow Claw? There it is, Charge Beam. Oh, 57. I dyslexic. I did a dyslexic. I switched the 5 and the 7, and I thought it was 75. Not able, darn. An electric move would be really helpful. Dig would also be nice. That'd be an easy ground move. I'll worry about it later. But also, I gotta find Waterfall now. I'll worry about that next time because it's past time right now. I got another ping on it. Is that the same ping on Discord? I don't know if the ping I was looking at before went away. But I see a ping still there on Discord. But I can look at that in quite literally a minute. Just as soon as I go over to the Pokemon Center, I heal and I end the stream. Well, we beat the gym tonight. That was sort of my goal. We're technically not stepping foot on Victory Road. But now we can. So that's good enough for me. That's close enough. I'm not looking forward to all the water Pokemon we're gonna have to fight on the way up with the, you know, the swimming route. But yeah, that's it. Thanks for watching. See you Friday where we do Victory Road. And I will look up where Waterfall is. So I'm not gonna have a bit at the end here where I'm like, okay, wait, hang on, let me look up where it is so I could tell you we're gonna go to. No, I'm gonna look it up later. We're gonna go get it. And then Victory Road. So thanks for watching. See you Friday where we do all that. Bye.